infrastructure is crumbling this evening as the NintenByte Podcast continues its unprecedented rise. In cities across the globe, fans are rioting. The Pentagon has issued a statement describing the NintenByte Podcast network as a pixel-based prophecy. Some say the rise was foretold, others say it's just a really good podcast. We're talking twisted nipples, milk, and a sock puppet who doesn't talk.
It's dangerous to go alone. Watch this.
Welcome to the NintenByte Podcast, bitch.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, you're watching the greatest Nintendo podcast ever! Yeah!
Is that a Joy-Con in your pants, or are you just happy to see us?
Shut up! Now feel the power. Everyone, do you feel that?
Oh my god, I feel it!
I feel it too, Gamer. What is it?
It's the power of our podcast.
I feel it!
This is rad, NintenByte.
So rad.
Power. Now bask in their glory.
I'm Nintendo Brian. Oh baby.
I'm Thunderstash.
I'm Gamebird Classic.
NintenByte rules.
Let's rock.
Hey everyone, welcome to the NintenByte Podcast, Season 3, Episode 58. Oh man, we got a banger show for you guys today. 3 special guests joining us. We're going to get to that in a moment. We have a few topics as well we're going to get to today. Some pretty good stuff here. There was a big update to Unreal Engine that we're going to be going over with Dave here because it's very technical, but also really, really great news for Nintendo Switch 2 specifically. They even had a line in the official release today on their website about Switch 2. So this is definitely a very targeted update specifically for platforms like Switch 2. So we got to go with that because it is a big deal. Hell, some Nintendo games use it. We're crying out loud. Yoshi uses Unreal Engine. So you never know. This could impact future Nintendo games as well, not just third party. Beyond all that, we're going to be talking a little bit about some of the pricing issues in the industry, what some of the companies are attempting to do about it, and just general thoughts on that stuff because we haven't really talked about it that much. We just kind of go along because, hey, we're gamers. We like to talk about the games, but every now and then you got to go over some of the tougher topics, and this is one of the tougher ones out there, is that gaming is just really damn expensive. So we're going to talk about that. We're going to revisit Ocarina of Time a little bit because, one, we have some new guests this week, so I really want to get their thoughts on the game, of course, because it's now official. It's real. It's not a rumor anymore. And we did technically see a smidge of the art style, so just to get some thoughts on that stuff. And obviously, hey, can it really stand toe-to-toe with GTA 6? Because this certainly, although without a release date, looks like Nintendo's holiday title this year. So at least based on what they currently have announced. We'll see. Hey, I know this one makes Nishquick smile so much. The man came off a 3-hour podcast about this game, making nothing but analysis, predictions, and speculation. We're going to be talking about Xenoblade Genesis today, folks. You guys
Exciting stuff.
Woohoo! One of the only games we haven't really talked that much about from the Direct, and it's like, yeah, because we can't do that without the Xenoblade Maestro on the show. So
happy to be back. Now popping in 60 FPS times 3 because all 3 numbered games are getting upgrades finally.
Oh so, man.
Yes. And Xenoblade 1, it's amazing on Switch 2. Like, I don't know if we're going to talk about it today, but good lord, that game is awesome.
And Xenoblade card is officially real.
Let's go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got a lot of Xenoblade to get into. If you guys can't tell, a lot of stuff going on with that IP. All right, guys, let's go ahead and go around the room and introduce our guests. We'll start with, you know what? I got to give some respect. The only guest I think in history to reach out and confirm with me before the day of that they're actually going to be on the show this week. Super Metal Dave 64.
Thanks, man. Yeah, because I missed your DM like 3 months ago, so I was like, oh crap, I just want to make sure that it was all good. Something with how they updated Twitter. Like you can't really see notifications anymore on DMs. So it's all called chats now. So, but happy to be back. Talk some more tech stuff with Switch 2. Lots of cool stuff happening with the tech updates with Switch 2. It's a really good time to be a Nintendo fan right now. I mean, like seriously, on all fronts. It reminds me of Super Nintendo GameCube days.
Oh yeah. So definitely, probably arguably the best it's been just across the board. You consider third party and indies on top with everything. All right, and then we have Mr. Xenoblade himself, Nish Quick Pops here. How's it going, man?
How's it going, guys? How's it poppin'? Glad to be back. I was telling the guys before the show, this was probably one of my, if not my favorite Nintendo Direct of all time. So I'm excited to talk about my favorite announcements from there. Obviously, Xenoblade Genesis came out of nowhere, but Ocarina of Time is my favorite video game of all time. It is my number one favorite video game of all time. So I'm excited to talk about what we could potentially see in that remake. And yeah, I'm very excited to chat with Dave and Roger. I've been watching your guys' channel for over like 5 years now, so it's a pleasure to be on a call with you guys.
Appreciate it. The pleasure is ours as well.
Thank you.
It's going to be awesome. Yeah, thanks a lot.
All right. Speaking of Rogers Base, we got the only man not on camera at the moment, Mr. Rogers Base.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's for something that I can't talk about just yet. And I was like, we ended up having to do this special little thing tonight. And I was like, well, I'm going to make sure that I go off to a room in the corner and at the very least get like an hour to chat with you folks before I have to jump right back into work. But it's going to be very cool. When you guys see it, it's going to be very cool. But I wanted to take that time because obviously I'm not always able to make these. And usually you guys are really good about like, set me up early, being like, hey, we're going to do it this night. And it just a lot of things unfortunately happen. But again, it's good for you guys. At the very least, that's all I'll say. So I'm happy to be here and chat with all of you when I can.
I mean, it's fine. You're Mr. Hollywood. So whatever's going on, some top secret stuff going down. Yeah.
But it's going to be cool when you guys see it. So, yeah.
So he's filming a bonus scene for the Zelda movie, guys.
Right, that's exactly what it is, actually. You know what? You can just go ahead, write that in my Nintendo news or whatever. I am in the Zelda movie. I am the happy mask salesman.
Hope you're ready. If they decide to bring in some Majora's Mask action in one of these movies, you got to.
Of course, I would be. I mean, there's no world in a million years in which I would turn that down. I would love to be in that movie.
All right, how you
of course,
doing,
I'm in it already. That's the whole thing.
That's the thing, yeah. How you doing, man?
I'm doing good. I'm hyped, same as everybody else. I think to talk Xenoblade and Ocarina. I feel like finally getting the opportunity to just discuss this with the big group is going to be a lot of fun.
Hell yeah! All right, then we got the sock puppet himself, Eric Moore.
Hello. It's good to be back.
Hell yeah! Then we got I forget that I got buttons these days. We got the Birdman himself.
That's right, baby. Glad to be back. It's another epic Wednesday. Excited to talk Nintendo, talk video games with all these amazing guests tonight. Nish Quick, Super Metal Dave, Rogers Base. What a freaking lineup, guys. This is going to be fun. This is going to be a lot of fun. There's a lot of hype right now. Can you guys feel it in the air?
I can. I was glad that Nish Quick already said that like this is one of his favorite Nintendo Directs of all time because I'm in complete agreement. And I feel like elsewhere on the internet, that is not the case. I think there's a lot of people that really don't like this one, but I think they're a bunch of Mario weenies is what I think those people are.
That's true.
It is what it is.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, I agree.
Roger's been thinking to back down from poking the bear.
Hey, man, he's just speaking truths.
Thank you
really
very much.
It is.
Exactly.
Absolutely. But yeah, glad to be here. I also dropped a new video today, which is wild. I can't even believe I did that.
You make videos?
I make videos.
No way.
Apparently.
No.
Yep, so
no way.
But yeah, super happy to be here. That's all I got.
All right. Then, of course, we got the Thunder Stash. Forget how long this one is. I could probably hit the button and then say Thunder Stash. Hey, you're muted, I believe.
He's just
There
testing
you go.
you.
There we go. Hey, happy to be here. Busy week. Lots of content, lots of summer Game Fest stuff. Still plenty more to come, which of course I saw Roger there.
Sure
Summer
did.
Game Fest.
Multiple times, by the way, which was lovely. I thought, maybe we'll run into each other like once, but then it was like at the Sega booth twice, walking around getting snacks. It was a good time, man. Good time.
Yeah, dude, it was a great time. Highly recommend. Ran into Tucker Hazel there a few times, which
Oh, cool.
I was hoping he would have been here.
Yeah. He backed out today. I was like, oh, that sucks. But oh well.
Yeah, all good. We'll get him back on soon. Yeah, happy to be here. Lots to talk about. Lots of exciting topics. Excited to get into it.
All right. Well, speaking of that, we got a bunch of topics. We'll probably get to the Unreal Engine one first, and then get to one of the ones that we know Roger's Base likes to talk about, which is pretty much everything else.
You're saying I don't like Unreal Engine? What is this?
I have no idea.
Make me out to me. I know nothing about this topic, so please.
Yeah. Yeah, I kind of figured. Okay, so who wants to go first and take on that Unreal Engine topic? Anyone just chomping at the bits for that one?
I'll do it.
All right, there we go. There we go. It's almost like we were probably going to toss it the day for most of the topic, anyways. In fact, I think our topic notes specifically say we should let Super Metal Dave 64 kind of explain what's going on.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I haven't done a video on this yet on my own channel. So, but since they confirmed it today, we go ahead and dive into it. So the main issue with Unreal Engine 5 on any platform, really, not just stuttering, but like just the overall computational power it takes to run like ray tracing and its Lumen light system is extremely expensive on PC and on console. As probably you noticed, with PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X and S, they have a hard time rendering full like Lumen effects without having frame rate issues, even on those consoles. So it comes as no surprise that Switch 2 would have some issues with Unreal Engine 5 when it first was released. We saw some kind of issues with Chronos: The New Dawn last year when it came out, a very early Switch 2 port. They didn't even have Lumen working at all on that game. So it looked a little bit different, but they did kind of fix some things. Looks a little better now, but still didn't really have Lumen working. So now with Unreal Engine 5.8 that they announced today, they have something called Lumen Light. So LITE, which is basically like a medium quality rendering of Unreal Engine 5's global illumination for Lumen. Okay. And so for real-time ray tracing, the entire scene is basically rendered, every individual pixel is rendered with light, and which is what makes it very, very expensive, right? So what Lumen Light does, it introduces something called irradiance fields and probe occlusion. And what that means is basically, if you're a game developer, if you're watching, you would understand, but basically it's a grid in game development, a 3D grid. You have all these little probes that look like globes on the screen. And each probe can reflect light of the scene. So when light shines, the probe will actually shine the light back and illuminate your scene. So that takes the place of actual real-time ray tracing for these probes. The entire scene is filled with probes now for Lumen Light. And then that actually takes all the light and then captures the bounce of the light in your scene. And it's what it does. They call it irradiance fields because it actually moves with the scene. Now, it's not just static probe lights. The lights actually move with the scene and render everything as you go. And it's a lot less expensive than having the entire scene filled with ray tracing, with ray traced light. And the difference is that it the occlusion basically means like closing off something, occluded light. It will cut off the probes that are not emitting light when the scene moves, which makes it simulate kind of like what real-time ray tracing looks like. So light bleed doesn't happen through the scene. So a lot of times when you see these games that don't use ray tracing, you see unrealistic lighting effects where you see like certain things on the ground that are illuminating light that shouldn't be. So that's what irradiance fields and probe occlusion does for lumen light. It actually helps eliminate the light leaking and actually illuminate the area. It's not perfect, and it's not going to look quite as good as real hardware ray tracing. But if you see, there's some examples out there online. If you look it up, you could see the side-by-side comparisons, and it doesn't look quite as good, but it looks pretty darn close. And the performance benefits for something like Switch 2, they're saying it can run up to 60 frames per second, and it's like twice as performant as using lumen, like full lumen high quality settings. Okay. So that's why it's such a great update for Unreal Engine 5.8, because now you're going to be seeing Switch 2 ports that use this, and it's equivalent in game developer for developers to just toggle it to be medium settings. That's the equivalent of lumen light. So it should be very, very easy for ports to run with this on Switch 2 and have it something look very similar without having them simply turn off lumen completely. So you'll be getting ports that look very, very close to PS5 and Xbox Series X and S without having the performance loss. That is the a promise of it. We have to wait and see if it actually happens. But I hope that makes sense. I tried to explain it best I could.
Yeah,
Dave, I'm sorry. Can you repeat that?
yeah.
Explain it to me like I'm 5.
Go and replay the part. But basically, what it is it's replacing all the real time light in a scene with probes, and the probes will move and change their lights. So it's like filling your room with a bunch of light bulbs. And the light bulbs are turned off until the light actually is ready to turn on for the scene that you're going to. So it kind of pre-calculates everything in the area, and when you go in there, the lights will turn on depending on where your light source is going to be, and it'll turn on and move with you without having it actually use light for every part of the scene. Okay,
it's conserving the resources.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. So if you think of it as you're filling your room with a bunch of light bulbs that are turned off, the light bulbs will slowly turn on or off or change color depending on the type of global illumination effects are used in the scene. That's the best way I can explain it. Instead of using the entire scene full of light, that takes a lot of horsepower and that's one fault of Unreal Engine 5 and Epic Games, by having that promise of lumen. Like, oh, we just turn on lumen, it's great. Oh, okay, well, look at how much it cost for frame rates on all these games. Like, you guys are obviously they weren't ready for performant, lumen in the current gen console. So Unreal Engine 6 probably is going to have a lot better as well. But Unreal Engine 5.8, I think, is a nice preview of what's to come for Unreal Engine 6.
Yeah, I think Unreal Engine 6 will probably have a lot more, because, the fact in 5.8, they specifically mentioned targeting Switch 2 a lot with this update, because obviously there's been issues with Unreal Engine 5 games that we've had developers come out and just say straight up, like, we're having issues porting UE5 games over just due to lumen and these other aspects that aren't really properly supported. But then they've also had issues with this on other hardware. So it felt very specifically targeted. Hey, we'll just fix this problem. You'll just use this instead of your full lumen or your normal ray tracing, and this will. If you already got that set up in our engine, you use this instead, it'll automatically convert what you set up in our engine to work with this. So that's, at least from what I understood from the documentation, to try to make it easy on developers. You don't have to develop 2 different lighting systems. This will just convert. If you use their systems, this would convert it into these probes for it. So it just makes it a lot easier on calculations. And honestly, I could see this mode actually start to become an option to be used on UE5 games on things like PS5 and Xbox, because you could see better performance.
We've seen like more games like going for 60 plus frames with lumen turned on, and you're not really noticing much of a difference. That's the whole point, really, is you want these games to look the same or similar across all platforms and not have them being missing features and missing the artistic intent of the developer. If the developer's intending for a certain scene to be lit up in green or reds, and if you can't do that without lumen, if it's in your core development of the actual game and the engine, if you can't do that, then your game's going to look different on Switch 2, which is what you don't want. I think that was one of the issues with Chronos: New Dawn. When lumen was turned off, you had this weird blue light in the background popping up of the level, what that wasn't supposed to be there, because that was light bleed. from the outside light coming in because it was not being occluded correctly.
Yeah. It's a big deal. And, Unreal Engine 6, and I mentioned this when they announced it, that I guarantee, guys, when they were making Unreal Engine 6, that Switch 2 was in consideration the entire time they were making it. Whereas 5, obviously, I don't think I was ever worrying about Switch 2 way back when it was in development, because Switch 2, frankly, didn't really exist as a product to even test on back then. So, Unreal Engine 6, I figured, would be much more considerate of that particular platform. And also, by the way, this isn't the only platform to worry about now. You got all these handheld PCs. It's really important, especially today, where people might be upgrading less often because of the price of hardware, that you have a way to support some of these newer game features on hardware that maybe isn't top of the line, especially since even midline computers now are really, really, really expensive. So yeah, I mean, gosh, wasn't there wasn't there like a big story today? Like someone just announced a new 8 terabyte hard drive for PS5, but it's $3,000.
$3,000. And
No
they
way.
mentioned in the article that that's the sale price. It's on sale right now. It's normally $3,600.
Jeez.
Well,
What an
yeah,
enemy.
that's like,
Those
what?
rectangular ones?
I mean, it's just an M.2 drive. It's just, storage is just crazy right now. Storage and RAM prices are just absolutely crazy.
Insane.
Well, when you think about it, going forward in this generation, it's going to have to be about the software more so than the hardware. And that's what we're seeing already. They're seeing software updates that are giving you API updates, engine updates. They're giving you way better performance already. You can tell that they're going for that than just like simply, let's just give you a better GPU and buy the Pro version or buy the next system, because the costs are through the roof. So like you might as well develop better software and like hone in on the actual platforms that are, the mainstays right now than actually just push these new hardwares, because it's not very cost effective.
Yeah. And like it's a big deal, guys, because Unreal Engine is one of the more popular engines out there, especially in the AAA space. So things like Black Myth Wukong, stuff like that, Hellblade. Although
Expedition 33 was
I don't know what's
UE5, I think, right?
It
which
is.
one?
Yeah.
Expedition 33, yeah.
Yep, Expedition 33. Yep. Well,
Yeah,
then-
every single Unreal Engine 5 port or game should run just fine on Switch 2 with this update. Like literally, I'm not joking.
Actually, I have a little list of games that are using Unreal Engine 5 right now on Switch 2. I'll rattle these off for you, but Yoshi,
Okay.
Yep.
Fortnite, Split Fiction, Chronos, The New Dawn, Daemon X, Machina, Layers of Fate, Final Masterpiece, Sonic Racing Cross Worlds, and Dragon Ball Sparking Zero. And then games in development, Tomb Raider, Legacy of Atlantis, Kingdom Hearts 4, Lords of the Fallen 2, and then rumored games for Switch 2, Tekken 8, Expedition 33, Ark Survival, The Witcher 4, The Sinking City 2, Silent Hill 2 Remake, and Black Myth Wukong.
That's a lot of games.
It's a lot of games.
It's exciting.
Yeah. And there's a lot more new AAA games coming over the years that are going to be using that. Like the Jedi Survivor series. That also uses Unreal Engine.
Unreal Engine 4. Yeah.
And they're using UE4 on Final Fantasy with 7 Part 3, which is fine. But guys, what do you think they're going to be using in the next Final Fantasy game? Probably UE6 at this point, or Final Fantasy 17 potentially, or they might still be on 5. But even then, this update will then help with that game running. So, very, very interesting. Lots of studios do it. Obviously, lots of studios make their own proprietary engines as well, and that's on them to offer whatever support they're trying to offer.
And you have to think too, it's money. It's about the money, really, for Epic Games and for these developers. They're like, hey, man, we would like to get these games on Switch 2. It's like the hottest platform right now. Hello. Okay, let's make Lumen a lot easier to, okay, there you go, have fun. So
Yeah, it's gonna be good for Revelation. Revelation is coming day and date on Switch 2, and I don't remember if that's UE4 or UE5, but I
UE4.
know at least Remake and Rebirth were UE4, and I'm very curious to see how Expedition 33 runs on Switch 2, because I know there was a little bit of like messiness on PC when it
Initially,
launched.
there definitely
But
was. Yeah.
I'm sure after all these like updates and stuff, I think it'll be a lot more smoother on Switch 2 when it comes out.
I mean, that might be a big reason why we haven't even heard about it yet. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, it
Yeah, they're
feels like
probably
one of the
waiting
most
for some of
obvious
these
things in the world. They probably are just kind of waiting for the most optimization, knowing that like
Good
if
point.
you put out your game on Switch 2, right, and it doesn't run great right away, people are already going to get upset about it no matter what, right? Even if it runs like a little bit worse, you see this all across the board with third-party games, right? That if the game runs slightly worse than the PS5 Pro version, people go crazy despite the fact that you're playing it on a handheld. So
Yeah.
I definitely agree that it's one of those things that they're just waiting on at this point now.
They want the game of the year of last year to be as pristine as possible. on Switch 2.
110%. Yeah.
It's going to lead to a lot more day and date ports too, which
Yeah.
is also big money.
Yeah, for sure,
So,
for sure.
Sure, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is exciting stuff. Anything that's gonna enhance performance and, like you said, Dave, keep the artistic integrity as close as possible is
Yep.
a huge win. I'm not the biggest tech person, so I really appreciate you kind of going into the details about this one and explaining. But one thing that I find really exciting, and I don't know if it's always been like this, the tech side is not my forte when it comes to gaming. And maybe it's just now because I've been on the podcast for the last year, but hearing about all these cool little changes and shortcuts that are enhancing the experience and making that gap of system power as less crucial. Things like this Unreal update, things like DLSS that we got to talk a lot about with you, Dave, on this podcast. Whatever these neat little shortcuts are that are kind of bridging the gap. And I think this is all very exciting potential for the future of gaming. And maybe we'll get to a place where we don't have to build these mega machines to, create these beautiful, vibrant worlds that run super well. So this is all good stuff. And as far as the day and date ports, I know that's something that we're all rooting for. I know hopefully gone will be the days of getting a game a year and a half later on a Nintendo platform.
Exactly.
And then it not selling well. And then the argument being, oh, people don't want this on Switch. It's like, well, maybe that's not the case. Maybe it's that they already played it a year and a half ago and put 100 hours.
Maybe if
in
it ran a little better,
that's
people would be fine. Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah, I know a lot of people who only played on Nintendo, and now that a lot of these later Switch 2 ports, especially for RPGs, seeing those come out, they're very excited to play those on Switch 2. Like Persona, Metaphor, Tales of Arise, all those games are coming out on Switch 2. And of course, like many of my friends are like, oh, we've already played them, we don't need to get them again. But the people who have not played them on Switch 2 or Switch 1, because they never got to play them on Switch 1, are pretty excited for those. But I'm just excited I'm just happy that everyone kind of seems to be on the same playing field now. At least I hope.
Yeah.
When it comes to developmental tools and probably not hardware, but my dream is third parties develop for Switch 2 in mind and then expand with the more hardware that they have for like PS5 and Xbox Series X. So like, I don't know.
You're also getting a ton of Souls likes this year on Switch too.
Oh yeah.
That's a whole other genre that has gone pretty much missing on Nintendo. And a lot of that has to do, I mean, most of it is for Switch 2's tech, honestly.
Yeah.
You
Speaking
gotta
of Souls-like, I actually do want to give a special call out because this is one of the best things that was in that direct and may have something to do with why I'm not on camera right now. But Lies of P Complete Edition, right? Just recently got announced for Nintendo Switch 2. That game, it is, I don't know if it's been like officially announced, but I think we can talk about it. This game is fully on cart. The game is totally on. It is not a game key card game. And, so much of the early Switch 2 is people going, oh, well, I want to have all my games actually be physical, right? If it's a game key card, it doesn't actually count. But no, Complete Edition is on there and it runs great. And it's one of those games that, like a couple of years ago was literally a Game of the Year contender. And now a lot of people are going to be playing it for the very first time on Switch 2.
Great
that
game.
Is a
Lies of P
massive
and
deal,
Lords
it's
of the
an awesome
Fallen.
game.
Both
Yes,
coming on
yeah,
Switch
Lord of the
2.
Fallen also got announced as well. Exactly.
Yeah, I think those are the same year, like back to back.
Yeah.
Both of those Souls likes. But I'm happy to see more on-card games. I'm hoping more bigger studios and especially RPGs put them fully on card, because I feel like I've heard some people say or speculate that we have smaller cartridge sizes now. So hopefully hopefully bigger publishers can pull through and not cheap out on game key cards, but game key cards are better than anything, and having third-party games on Switch 2 is at least good to see. But
I think they need both. They need bigger and smaller options.
Yeah,
Bigger's
I mean, it's
gonna
still
be
crazy to
pretty
me that
expensive,
One Piece game is
right?
like 300 megabits, right? And the game is a game key card game. I'm like, how is that even possible? Why are we doing that? It doesn't make any sense.
That's ridiculous.
Do you ever think we'll see a 128 gig physical cartridge?
I hope so.
Yeah.
One day it'd be
How
great.
much do you think we'll pay for that game physical?
It'll be $100 for the game. Be $100.
Probably, yeah.
Easy.
Oh boy.
That'll be Grand Theft Auto
cheap.
6 for you on
that's
Switch
what I
2.
was thinking.
128.
There you go.
Yeah. Should do-
True physical.
No, they should offer the 128, but it should just be reserved for like games that are going to do like collector's editions and stuff.
Yeah.
So you can help absorb some of that cost pretty easy then. So you can offer like a key card. I know Nintendo doesn't allow this right now for you to do a key card and a physical, but they should. So you can do the key card and then be like, hey, but if people really want true physical, we will offer it. But like, God, this cartridge is like fucking $100. So we got to put this in a package that people might actually buy. So we created this $400 Ultra Collector's Edition with a stack.
Isn't Call of Duty? Call of Duty's what 150 gigs every year, right?
Something like that, yeah.
I believe
It's insane.
So, yeah.
So even 128 gig card's not enough for that game. But obviously they're going to compress it on Switch 2. We don't know what the size is of Call of Duty Modern Warfare 4, but it's probably going to be smaller. But that's not going to be on the cart. We know that.
Well, yeah, and on the other systems, they split up Call of Duty, so you can download just the single player or just the multiplayer, so you don't have to have both.
Mm.
I assume they're going to do that with Switch 2, but I don't really know.
Wait, you know how like this is specifically talking about games that are less than 64 gigs. You know how PS5 discs have the data on the disc, then you put it into the PS5 and it copies the data onto the PS5, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like still is on your storage, but the data is on the disc. Could Switch 2 cartridges do that? If you have like a game that is less than 64 gigs, but you like don't put on a game key card, they would have to make like separate kind of cartridges for that, right?
Yeah, so you're talking about game installs, and
yeah, like copying it over to your internal storage.
What was suggested is, they can't use the Switch 1 cartridges because they're too slow to read. Like the read speeds are too slow, but you could use Switch 1 cartridges for installs because then the read speeds don't matter. So that was a conversation people were having at times to deal with key cards. Be like, hey, just make the Switch 1 cartridges usable on Switch 2, but then have them just be for install cards.
Yeah.
But that obviously hasn't happened. And instead, Nintendo said, we're just going to make multiple sizes of the other cards because then the price differences then don't matter as much. And so, yeah, no, it is an idea and people have thought of it. It's probably not going to happen, unfortunately. Or maybe fortunately. Because Nintendo's the only system that doesn't require installs. I don't know. It's a slippery slope. That's the one that led to PCs being the first all-digital platform. And now you're seeing PlayStation and Xbox are pretty much all digital. And it's because installs. To get rid of that convenience. You got to wait. What's the difference for most consumers versus downloading it?
One problem at a time, guys. Like, just getting these games, I think, is a huge step forward. Yeah, and then and they may need to have another Switch updated console with more storage, or just better SD cards with more storage, faster read speeds, because they can do that. They can do the SD cards can get faster and bigger.
AAA industry invest in compression technology because storage prices aren't getting any cheaper anytime soon.
Yeah, so like I said, one problem at a time.
Yeah. So I gotta appreciate Nintendo, man. When their biggest file size game is like 25 gigs, you're like, all right, I can handle that. That's reasonable. Holy crap.
Call of Duty 2035, 256 gigs takes up your entire Switch 2 console, or it's all in the one cart for 256. Well, can you make that would be crazy.
They should just do 2 carts in a manual in the case.
Oh, there you go. There you go. We're going back to the olden days. Multiple discs, big fat instruction manual.
That'd be
I'd smile.
Final Fantasy 7 Part 5.
Please insert card number 2. I'd be so happy.
Fix the game budget issue. Final Fantasy 17 is coming out. Hey, they got rid of all of the super expensive cutscenes. It's now just story in the manual.
There you go.
Problem solved. We don't need mocap.
And make it HD2D again. Just like the new one coming out.
That's another one of those announcements that happened that I couldn't believe. The Final Fantasy HD 2D game looks so good.
Yeah.
Was it? Oh God, what's it called?
Resonance, right?
Resonance?
That's a remake of the original game, or is that
I think
one of the...
what it is it's one of like Square Enix has been reviving a lot of mobile games that they may or may not have shut down, and now they're like porting them over to console and giving them new life.
Oh, okay.
So they're doing that with this game, and then they're doing that with Another Eden Begins, and then they did do that with Octopath Zero last year. So people are hoping they do that for the Nier mobile game as well, because the Nier mobile game just kind of vanished out of existence. So we'll see.
Yeah, former mobile title Final Fantasy Brave Exvius.
Brave Exvius or something.
Okay,
yeah.
gotcha.
So it's supposed to take place within the time frame of Final Fantasy 5 and 6.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
I don't know that.
It's the story is going to be all tied in.
So Cloud is
I don't know if
canon
that's public
in the
yet,
Final
but-
Fantasy 5 and 6 timeline. No way.
That's literally what happens in the mobile game stash. So, like, yeah. I don't know how it can't be public. It's literally a remake of a game that already exists.
Oh, you don't know then?
Well, no, I don't know the big secret about the game. No, I haven't.
No, I mean, you don't know that the story's completely redone.
Yeah, I knew they redid the story, but the original story took place during the same time period as well.
Oh, well, they added that.
That's cool. I'm just saying. The original
Yeah, that's what I
game.
was saying. I don't know if that's public. That they added.
Oh, that I don't
know what it. I don't know that it is. I don't know if I should have said
Oh,
this.
well, I was helping you out by saying the original game also took place through that time period.
I just want to clarify: the person talking is not Rogers based. There's no NDA that was broken just now. That's no, teasing.
Hey, well, Square Enix just tweeted out who is the real.
Oh no,
Cloud
it's
Strife,
me. No.
right?
I love how they acknowledge that meme.
Who's the real Cloud Strife? Yeah,
the real Cloud Strife.
Oh man,
the
Right.
Eminem Cloud Strife. That's
Anyone else have anything they want to say on Unreal Engine before we move on?
I don't think so.
I'm good.
I'm good.
Okay.
I'm good.
Sounds good. All right.
Looking forward to the
You
games.
want to take the next topic, and I don't know what it is because you got to pick it out. What are we talking about? Let's go with let's have Gameberg go next.
Yeah, let's do topic number 3. Xenoblade Genesis.
No way.
I know Nish is excited for this one. So let's get into it. This game was mostly overlooked during the Nintendo Direct due to Ocarina of Time, but we here at NintenByte Podcast, we're not going to let it stand for long. In fact, it's a very game that led us to wanting to get Nish Quick Pops on as soon as we have, because there may not be another person on this planet who loves Xenoblade more than him. Xenoblade Genesis was revealed during the Nintendo Direct to be the latest Nintendo project slated for 2027, joining Wind and Waves and a rumored 3D Mario game. What are your thoughts on the game? And yes, you can give thoughts as well on the 3 game updates for Switch 2, including Xenoblade 1. Let's start right away with the Xeno man himself, Eric Moore. I'm just kidding. Nish Quick.
Eric is the lore head of all the Xeno lore heads. No, you know what's funny is I love how you guys say here that it was overlooked during the Direct due to Ocarina of Time. So right after the Genesis announcement, I was here reacting to the Nintendo Direct during my live stream. My laptop was here, and I went on Twitter, and I was just like keyboard mashing and tweeting all about like Xenoblade because I couldn't believe what was happening. And I kept refreshing my timeline because Ocarina of Time was announced. And I was like, why didn't we see more gameplay? I wanted to see more gameplay. We hardly saw anything. And I kept refreshing, and all I kept seeing was Xenoblade. And I'm like, guys, for once, I don't want to see Xenoblade. I want to see what people think about Ocarina of Time. So that's funny how our Twitter timelines may have been different. But what's even funnier is the night before the Direct, I went to bed. I was like, we're going to see Ocarina of Time. We're definitely going to see Fire Emblem. We're going to see probably other stuff. I don't know what the surprises will be. But all my friends were like, oh, dude, what if we get a new Monolith Soft game? What if we get a Monolith Soft announcement? And I told them, I'm like, stop getting your hopes up. Like, stop overhyping this. Like, it's not happening. Like, I was like being very like firm about it. I was like, it's not going to happen. The most we're going to get is maybe Xenoblade 2 Switch 2 editions. And I was like, maybe. I was like, I don't even believe Switch 2 edition for Xenoblade 2 is definite and happening, because a lot of people were like piggybacking on what Nate the Hate said, and he wasn't definitive about it. He's like, oh, I predict that we might see an upgrade for Xenoblade 2. And I was like, oh, that's not definitive enough for me to like say it's going to happen. Hopefully it happens. It would be good. So I was expecting only one Xenoblade game to get upgraded. We got all three, and then we got a tease at the next one, which was completely out of left field. But I just want to say, I remember in May 2024, I don't remember if this podcast was called NintenByte then. I think it was still the Nintendo Prime podcast. But I was on the show when a certain leaker leaked Project Legacy. And I was confident, me and a few other people were confident, like firmly confident, this is the new fantasy game that Monolith Soft has been teasing since August 2017. It was August 2017, all the way back then. They were teasing this and like saying, oh, we're hiring for this new action game, which will be different and all that. And so many people, like, of course, 2026 now, it's 9 years later. And so many people were like, oh, it was canceled. It never happened. People were saying, oh, it was probably Tears of the Kingdom or Xenoblade 3, which I didn't believe, because it wasn't on the Monolith Soft Team 2 Zelda team hiring page, which was separate. And it wasn't on like the Xenoblade mainline hiring page for Xenoblade 3. So I was like, this has to be something different. This has to be something new. It's either a new IP. I was considering that it was a new IP, probably more multiplayer focused. I remember when we got the leak of Legacy in 2024, I was like, oh, this is probably a multiplayer new IP, maybe taking like the bones of Xenoblade X multiplayer and expanding that on the new Nintendo console. And that's what we kind of believed. And even early this year in January, I made a video where I was like, I believe this game still exists. I believe it's a new IP, but I believe that's the next game that we're going to get from Monolith Soft. But I was insanely blown away when I saw in the Genesis trailer, like when the Genesis trailer started, I was like, oh, Xenoblade 4. I can't believe it. We're seeing Xenoblade 4. And then we saw a clip of these warriors fighting in a very like fantasy style. And I was like, I cannot believe what I'm seeing. This is actually the fantasy game like brought back to life. And then I saw characters with pointy ears. I don't want to say too much about the pointy ears right now, but that doesn't just mean that it's a fantasy game, by the way. If you want to know more about why they might have pointy ears, I'm going to plug my 3-hour podcast video I did with two of my other fellow Xenoblade friends. I think that visual style is very important, but that made me believe that, like, hey, this fantasy game always existed, and it always, like, it was always going to be Xenoblade. So that's a very big shock to me. And what's even funnier is, I don't remember when, I think it was like early to mid-May, I don't remember when, like a few weeks back or at least a month or so back, I put out this video saying the next Xenoblade title will surprise you because it won't be Xenoblade 4. I was like, it could be Xenoblade 4, but what I believe is they will keep Xenoblade because the branding of Xenoblade is so iconic and so recognizable and so well known now. Like, they won't do a Xeno something else. They won't do like what they did for Xenogears to Xenosaga or Xenosaga to Xenoblade. They will keep Xenoblade and maintain that brand recognition, but replace the subtitle, because in Japan, Chronicles never existed. It was always just Xenoblade 1, Xenoblade 2, Xenoblade X, Xenoblade 3. But now they've basically done that. They've replaced Chronicles, and now it's Xenoblade Genesis. So we could potentially see Xenoblade Genesis 2, Xenoblade Genesis 3, or whatever they decide to do. But it is also, I don't know when this game is coming out. I will say earliest, maybe summer 2027. But we already know the code name, because in literally this shot over here, where they're running in that forest, if you see like in the bottom left, they have like the Monolith Soft's freaking file directory. It was just there at the bottom of the screen. You can see like C drive Monolith Soft /legacy/ whatever else. So I'm very happy with this reveal. We didn't see too much, and I think it's still pretty far out because we don't even have an English dub yet. But I wanted to ask Rogers Base, the other Xenoblade guy here.
I am a big Xenoblade guy.
Stuff. I know you're way more of a Xenoblade 2 fan, but since this is a whole new like look and feel and vibe, what do you think? What are your thoughts?
So a couple things. One, obviously you were talking about the legacy stuff, and I think that's kind of important to bring up in the first place because that's something I don't think a lot of people actually like know about. That when there was that first initial hiring rush for Project Legacy, we got that artwork of like the elf lady with the flag looking over the mountains. I think a lot of people assumed that was going to be a new IP, and I actually think pretty low on the totem pole of like predictions did many people think it was actually going to be the next like trilogy of Xenoblade games. You literally hit so much on the head in that earlier conversation already about like the fact that it's not called Chronicles outside of, in Japan, it's just Xenoblade 1, 2, and 3. So Genesis being the subtitle is literally the beginning of something entirely new. I also just want to say, without getting like too much into the weeds or too much into leaks, because there was a lot of stuff that happened in that hiring thing about Legacy. Something I would say is important to note if you are watching this trailer and you're like, what does this all mean? Is in the early like design document things that were posted during the hiring rushes for this game, there was talk about one of the main characters being blind. And you could see in the trailer, there's like the girl with the pink hair that's from the school, and then that other guy who was also in some of those early documents. And obviously she can see, but eagle-eyed people will notice, if you look on the screen right now, she's actually utilizing a cane sword. So there is a presumption from a lot of people who are saying, oh, this looks a lot like Three Houses, looks kind of like generic anime. What's going on here with the school? You could agree with me or disagree with me, but I kind of feel like the stuff we're seeing in this trailer is actually from like the very beginning of the game.
I think Koizumi even said that. He was like, here's a look at some of the early footage of the game from the early stages of the game or something like that.
And I really do think that's what it is. I think a lot of the stuff that you're seeing is a little bit of a red herring right now, and that once you get into like the core of whatever this story is going to be, I would not be surprised if, the pink-haired girl does end up going blind and we have the cane sword thing. You get a little bit more of what was in those initial documents of Project Legacy with that other character with the the banner and the giant mountains. No, I am completely stoked for this. I think it's going to be awesome, and the more I've seen of it since the reveal and heard people talking about it, the more excited I get about it.
There is also a scene in the trailer where the guy is holding the new protagonist, the girl, and she looks injured. So people are like, oh, maybe that's where she loses her sight. Literally this scene over here where he's screaming.
Yep.
He's like holding her, so maybe she's like injured and like something.
I'm
like
in
that
good company. My man knows. That's it. It's great.
But a lot of people are iffy about the new stylistic change from sci-fi fantasy to more traditional fantasy. I'm a fantasy fan. I loved Metaphor in 2024. That was not only my game of the year, but one of my favorite RPGs I've ever played, ever. Like, I think I think I prefer Metaphor to even something like Persona 5. So when Atlas did a new IP with Metaphor, I was like, it's Monolith Soft's turn next to try something with fantasy. And this still, to me, I don't know how other people don't feel this way, but it still has the Xenoblade vibes to me.
Oh, 110%.
Yeah, with like the way they're
don't
using
understand
their powers and the Anima Crystone and the way the world works and the characters and the way they look. It still feels very Xenoblade. And Xenoblade is like Xenoblade 1 and especially Xenoblade 2. Xenoblade 2 started incredibly fantasy. Like, majority of Xenoblade 2 is insanely fantasy. Maybe not on the level of fantasy as this, but it's insanely fantasy. But every single Xenoblade has that twist where it goes from fantasy to insanely sci-fi. And I will just say, I talk a lot about this in my trailer breakdown and my 3-hour podcast, but they talk about the light of the 6 suns. I'm just going to say, I don't believe that those are suns. Those aren't suns.
I agree.
Whatever those are, I don't believe that they're suns.
My man is cooking over here, bro. That's literally 110% agree. Yeah. Again, I think so much of this is just trying to lead us in one direction to make us think this game is going to be something other than what it is. But I definitely think the overall themes of what makes Xenoblade are absolutely going to be present. Again, you mentioned the environments, like that shot where the camera pans over and you see it looks like we're almost inside of a planet or like inside of a world, right into everything's sort of curving up, and it's got like a dome-like feature
or a Dyson sphere, they call it.
God, I absolutely I actually love that stylistic choice of that like inverted
globe.
Is so cool visually, like you said, when it pans out and you just see like the ocean curving up and the mountains is just a very beautiful, unique shot.
It's
Yeah,
absolutely
they're very
gorgeous.
good at designing their worlds like that. Like I'm making a video about the Switch 2 upgrades, and it's basically a video where I talk about like if you haven't played Xenoblade, like no excuses, now is the time to get into it. And I talk about how the worlds are different in each game. Like Xenoblade 1, you're on top of massive freaking colossal titans. Xenoblade 2, you're exploring multiple different kinds of titans that look and feel different. And Xenoblade 3 is almost like it's like a circular world, like in Ouroboros, as they're like in the game. So Monolith Soft is very good at like designing their worlds like that. And I will say that I don't know how to say this, but I will just say that this is very early gameplay footage. In terms of graphical fidelity, I'm not like crazy impressed yet, but like obviously the game is like way farther out. It's gonna look like a million times better like before it comes out and when it comes out. But the thing that I'm massively blown away by is how massive the world is. The world is ginormous. I think it has the potential to be even bigger than the world of Xenoblade X. And Xenoblade X is a absolutely ginormous world. I think it's like on the level of like vastness of Breath of the Wild, if not bigger. I don't remember, but it is on that level.
Close though, for sure.
Yeah. So imagine a world that's even bigger than that. And we've all been like dreaming and like wondering what is Monolith Soft on Switch 2 going to look like? What is their first game going to look like? And I was not ready. I did not expect to see it this early. I was like, I'm going to be on high alert September of this year. So we got it earlier than I expected. And I'm blown away. And
I completely want to touch on that too, where you talked about the fact that like we got this earlier than expected. I think I am also a big Monolith person, but thought this would absolutely be something like early next year. I didn't even really think September. I figured September, maybe we get the glimpse of Mario, right? Because that's the whole talk of like next year, we're finally going to get the big 3D Mario. I thought maybe that's when we see that. But yeah, Monolith, because of the fact that we got 3 Switch 2 editions. Literally, you could go back in my reaction and see. I go, 3? Oh, wow, this is what Monolith Soft was working on. And then when they're like, oh, and by the way, here's the next chapter of everything, I was stunned. I mean, Monolith,
they've been so busy. That Takahashi Team 1 has been so busy with, let's see, Xenoblade XDE.
They've also been busy with Mario Kart, which it's crazy because we got Xenoblade Kart now in the game too.
Yeah.
So it's really
so Mario Kart was probably their 3rd division in Kyoto.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
Their RPG division, their Division 1 was doing Xenoblade X in 2024. Like right after Future Redeemed, it was Xenoblade X Switch 2 edition, and then Xenoblade 1, 2, and 3 Switch 2 editions. And at the same time, they're simultaneously working on Legacy, which is Genesis.
Yeah.
Like,
are we sure this is Monolith Soft, though?
Huh?
Doing those Switch 2 editions? Are you sure that was Monolith Soft?
I think so, because Xenoblade X was confirmed to be Monolith Soft. So I'm assuming that 1, 2, and 3 will be. I was wondering the same. I was like, was Xenoblade X Monolith Soft? Because I know some other Switch 2 editions were Panic Button, I think. But I think because the Monolith Soft official Twitter account
for sure.
tweets on whichever games that they worked on. I think they were like, Xenoblade X is out, we worked on this or something. So
and a big thing about that as well is that with at least these 3, right? X I would have maybe questioned, but with these 3, because of the fact that they have like full on new content, Monolith does not let anybody touch their baby. Like Xenoblade is their big baby. They don't want anyone else to mess with it. So
especially with Xenoblade 2 and 3 getting a new blade, a new hero. They're gonna have to do a lot of writing for that, which I'm excited about.
Yeah, so that's no doubt in my mind they're working on it.
Yeah, but with these Switch 2 editions, like I said, no excuses for anyone who was waiting for Xenoblade upgrades, because I was like, oh, guys, you got to get into Xenoblade. I was telling all my friends, and they were like, oh, we're waiting for the Switch 2. We'll wait for the Switch 2 and play backwards compatible. And then when the Switch 2 came out, I was like, guys, now's the time to play Xenoblade. And they're like, oh, we'll wait for upgrades. And then Xenoblade X got the upgrade. I was like, guys, play the upgrade. And they're like, oh, whatever. It's we'll play it whenever. And now all 4 games will be upgraded by the end of the year. So if you're remotely interested in what I call Nintendo's Final Fantasy, because I think in terms of caliber, they're up there. Stash, I wanted to ask you about this because you've been with Final Fantasy since like the very beginning.
Yeah.
Do you think Xenoblade, do you think that comparison, Nintendo's Final Fantasy, is like a solid comparison to make?
Spot on. I always thought that. Thought that doesn't get enough love. Similar to how Dragon Quest is just never, I think, got the love that it deserves here, as opposed to it does in Japan. Very similar. So I believe in what you're saying and the way you push Xenoblade. I think more people need to play it. I've always been on board with that. So yeah, spot on, man. Good comparison.
It's a series that like pushes the hardware to its limits, and that's what FF has always done on SNES and PS1, PS2. And Monolith has that Squaresoft DNA from all the way back in the 90s, but then of course a lot of new people are on board. But that like mindset of pushing the hardware to its limits, doing new stuff, telling incredible stories at the same time, it's all there. And yeah, now is the time to jump into it. And I am nervously excited to see the reception of this game, because I don't know if you guys talked about this on the show before, but like Fire Emblem Fortune's Weave is supposedly our second $80 game, and if Fire Emblem Fortune's Weave is going to be $80, I feel like Xenoblade Genesis might be as well. Hope that's not a detractor, but at the same time, these games, for the audience that they have, for the amount of time that they put in to develop them, and for it being on a singular console, just the Switch, I think they sell relatively pretty well for a JRPG in comparison to other games that are multi-platform and may not even sell as well as a Xenoblade 2, which hit 3 million. So we'll see how Genesis does on the Switch too. So yeah,
I definitely agree too that this game is going to be $80. Like no matter what, if Fire Emblem is, this is most definitely going to be too.
Yeah,
I think it helps.
Yeah, Nintendo's like, we're only raising the price of Switch 2 by $50, but you're gonna pay up with those software prices.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Dave, it's all good. People will buy it.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Dave, do you have any thoughts on Xenoblade Genesis?
I'm more of a fan of Xenoblade Chronicles 1 and X for the art style. The art style didn't really grab me very much. It looks a little bit too far into the anime style there. It looks a lot like a lot of other games I've seen that has a similar art style. I'm not saying the game's bad or it looks bad at all. It's just the art style doesn't really do it quite for me that much. I'm one of those guys. Sure. But the game looks very pretty otherwise, but like just from an art style point of view, it doesn't really grab me the same as the other Xenoblade games did. But also, what is your I'm curious, obviously this looks like the title is Genesis, so we're assuming this is like the beginning of all time here, and the trailer looks like they're learning magic in Hogwarts Legacy, like a Hogwarts school, right?
Yeah, so I was saying in terms of the school aspect, like what me and Roger were saying, I feel like that'll be maybe like most
3 hours,
the first two chapters, maybe a little longer. I would say like maybe the first 2 chapters. But I was saying like these guys are gonna get new outfits once they become college dropouts. Once they leave school or the school burns down or something like that. As far as the story, I don't want to spoil too much here, but I will say that Genesis is a very telling title, and I feel like this could be a prequel to a lot of stuff, but I am making, because I have a bias to lore in terms of Xenoblade X, I'm making a lot of connections to Xenoblade X. And if you guys are curious about that, I have a full-on trailer breakdown where I talk more about that. But in terms of gameplay connections to Xenoblade X, I will say I feel like this game will play a lot more like X in terms of there won't be any loading zones or loading screens in between zones and regions, because that's what I wanted in Xenoblade 3, and they could have done it. but they just didn't for whatever reason. So I'm pretty sure Genesis will have that because you're probably going to be flying on those dragons and stuff. So
All right, if there's no mechs in this game, I'm coming to your channel and I'm going to harass you.
we'll see.
No.
Once the sci-fi twist happens, hopefully we'll have mechs.
Yeah.
No, but honestly, it looks good. It looks like for Xenoblade fans, it's made for them, which is why I don't think it's going to sell any better than any other Xenoblade game. Personally, if I'm being realistic, it's probably going to be its usual couple million, is my guess. Which is great, which is fine. Obviously, they're still making more Xenoblade games with those sales like that. So, but I don't think they're reaching out for a broader audience. Part of the reason why games like Final Fantasy VII and like games that look like that style is that it appeals to like the mainstream audience. It's like realistic / fantasy like, and Xenoblade Genesis is not that. It's not going to appeal to a wide audience that art style. I'm just being honest with you. But hey, it's going to appeal to Xenoblade fans, and that should make you happy.
Absolutely. Any one of the guests want to add any more before we jump into some of the thoughts from the co-hosts?
I'm good. Yeah.
All right. Let's say Thunderstash. How you feeling about this one, man?
I'm very excited. I'm ready to dive in as soon as it comes out. I'm expecting a lengthy adventure. I do think it will be $80. If it's less than that, that's a nice surprise. I would say just mentally prepare for $80, and if it's less, take it as a bonus.
We have the physical digital split now, thankfully. And if there's a collector's edition, I'm getting the collector's edition. I did that for Fire Emblem.
There probably will be. Yeah.
Yeah.
You could always try to get it at Walmart or Amazon.
Mm-hmm.
See if they're doing that $10 pre-order deal where it's $10 cheaper. But price aside, I'm just really excited for it. If you think about it, between all the Xenoblade games now, of course, all of them going to be Switch 2. Upgrade it. Just the amount of hours and content that you're going to have between all of these games is pretty insane. And then as far as the title, I like it. I think it's good that it's not obviously numbered. You number it, and a lot of people are going to say, "No, I'm good. I don't have time to play all the other ones."
Yeah.
And again, Genesis, it should be taken as the beginning. I know there was a lot of confusion when the game was first announced. A lot of people thought it was coming out for Sega. Obviously not.
I remember hearing that. I do remember hearing that.
Yeah, it was all over
Xenoblade
the
Saturn next.
Xenoblade 32X.
I'm super excited, guys. I feel like it's one of those games where you're gonna spend 100+ hours, no problem. It's just gonna fly by.
Yeah, 2027 is going to be insane for RPGs. I was thinking about that recently. Like, Persona 4 Revival to start off 2027. FF7 Revelation. I still believe Persona 6 is coming out next year. I still believe that's happening. And freaking Xenoblade, man. Like, it's gonna be a competition for best RPG next year, but it's going to
and more potentially.
Oh yeah,
more.
There's gonna be a lot more that still isn't announced yet. Like Square Enix, Bandai Namco, Atlas will announce more games next year.
Yeah,
and it's gonna be
more
insane.
Tales remakes, I'm sure.
Yeah, maybe even a new Tales of game. We're overdue for a new Tales game because Arise was 5 years back. They're definitely making a new one. So,
and if you look at, of course, Indie Quest.
Oh yeah,
so many of those
indie
games.
RPGs,
I'm like, I'm all in on that. So it's gonna be a busy year. I was just talking about that in chat. Actually, I was asked if I thought it was gonna slow down at all in 2027. I was like, no. And the reason why is because, I think the GTA effect is gonna work in both directions. Meaning, we got all these folks releasing games in September, and then there's gonna be the people who were banking on October, November, because that's literally when they're going to have their game ready. So everyone in September already had their game ready. They would have preferred November, but they're like, no, I'm going to stay away. We're going to do September. And it's going to work the same way in that, you're going to have all these games coming out in Q1 2027 because they want to avoid November. And so I think it's going to be nuts next year.
First
for
quarter
one-
2027 is going to be flooded.
Yeah.
Except for one brave soul so far. Godzilla King of Monsters. Taking
That's
it
right,
on.
man.
That's right. The goat.
Ready to kaiju battle GTA 6 for the #1 spot.
I mean,
Godzilla,
unironically,
there's
I
like
will
a
probably
Barbie
be
game
playing
coming
more
out in
Godzilla
November
than
too,
GTA
right?
during that
Yeah.
month. I'll put
Roger, I'm right
I
there
love
with
that
you.
game. Yeah.
You can't forget whatever Devolver Digital is coming
Oh,
out
yeah.
with. They said
Yeah.
they're releasing a game on the same day.
Oh yeah.
So,
Same
And I
day.
believe
hilarious.
them. I
Sick.
believe them. Eric,
Bold.
any thoughts on Xenoblade Genesis, man?
The biggest Xenoblade fan here.
I know you're not the biggest RPG person, but did this one do anything for you? Any excitement or?
I'm excited for people who like it.
There you go.
That's pretty much all I got. I mean, I haven't played any Xenoblade games, but I'm definitely happy, always happy for those fans that get a new addition to, their gaming series that they love. As long as it's good, you hate when it's all of a sudden just a real shit game, and it kind of goes, well, does that mean we're not going to get another one? I don't think Xenoblade's in that situation yet, but
So it's not the nuts and bolts of the series.
God, no. Oh God, how dare you?
We don't have Ultra Hand in this game, so we can't compare it to Nuts and Bolts yet.
Fair enough. Awesome. Yeah, guys, I got to be honest. I am so unbelievably excited for Xenoblade Genesis. So much so that last podcast episode turned into a little bit of a debate because we were doing a tier list courtesy of Favlam on the first year of Switch. That included titles that have already released, but also bled into what's been announced and yet to come, and we kind of ranked those as being system.
Is that
seller.
for Switch 1 or Switch 2?
Switch 2.
Okay.
Sorry, I said Switch 2. Year 1 of Switch 2. When we got into ranking everything at the very end, we slotted in based on just like the hype level of the announcements, where those would also fit into the list based on what we've seen and what we know. Now, I have to say, I really enjoyed, and this is a little bit of a segue, but I have to mention this. And one person on this podcast joined me when they finally got a chance to speak. But the crew, as well as the guest, put Age of Imprisonment in S tier, system seller, which I disagreed with. I love Zelda; it's my favorite series of all time, and I really enjoy Warriors games. I had a lot of fun with that game. But to put that game as an S tier system seller, I don't think so. They also suggested that Xenoblade Genesis is B tier.
D?
B. B.
Oh, I was like,
Yes.
D.
Well, hey,
Near
Bird,
the end.
to be fair,
I was
you
going
gotta
to say
say what I
Thunder
said.
Stash at the end after I my blood pressure rose and I was championing for Xenoblade so hard. Stash finally, it was like an hour of arguing. Stash finally goes, "Can I give my 2 cents?" and was fully on board with me. So I appreciate you, Stash, the voice of reason in that
I mean, I
segment.
get it.
That being said, a long segue. I'm very hyped on this, and I think Monolith is a company that is a proven force with Nintendo. That's not only put out some of the best stories on Nintendo hardware, if not the best. Probably next to Fire Emblem, Three Houses, but just really pushing the boundaries of open world RPGs and taking risks and challenges when it comes to combat systems and challenging the conventions of the genre in a way that a lot of like bigger companies aren't doing. And it's so cool to see that on Nintendo. And I do feel like it's a company that's getting more and more recognition. They're becoming more of a name brand, more mainstream, that people are going to recognize Monolith with quality. And it goes beyond just their mainline Xeno games. That bleeds into the work they've done on Zelda, Mario Kart, and some of the other games that you guys mentioned here. So I've been a full believer that Monolith games are going to get more popular with time. I think there's a lot of room for Xenoblade to grow and become a mainstay name on Nintendo's hardware now and in the future. That being
Excuse
said,
me. Holy man.
bless you, man.
Yes.
Thank you.
That being said, I've been anxiously anticipating this game. Before Switch 2 was officially revealed, we were doing our bingo cards. A new Monolith game has been on every bingo card of mine since pre-Switch 2 reveal. And so I'm actually in the camp of, I actually thought this one would be announced sooner than it was announced.
Yeah,
I
because
even
for Wii
go
U
ahead.
and Switch 1, they announced Xenoblade X and Xenoblade 2 respectively very early.
Sure.
So we were on high alert. Us Monolith Soft fans were on
Yeah.
high alert, and then after
And
all, I was
there's
like, oh, I'll just give them some more time. But
And we've
yeah.
had a decent amount of time since Xenoblade 3 came out.
Yeah.
So I was ready. And when we didn't have that reveal yet for the holiday game last year, obviously, in hindsight, we didn't get one. That was on my predictions. Like I could see the new Xenoblade being this, them really fighting to make it something bigger, and this being a chance to draw people into the Switch 2 this holiday. It didn't happen. Finally, I'm able to check that one off my bingo card, and I'm so excited to do so. I also had been predicting since the beginning that it's not going to be Xenoblade Chronicles 4. I wasn't sure about the name. I said it could be Xenoblade something or maybe Xeno something, but I think it's going to be a new trilogy. And that's what we got.
Yeah.
And I couldn't be more excited of this really cool looking fantasy setting. I'm a huge fantasy person. I definitely, it's interesting actually. It's goes both ways. I'm more of a fantasy guy. I definitely lean towards that. I definitely prefer that. But I've actually been itching for a true sci-fi RPG, and I don't think we've had one. I know there's sci-fi elements. We get the hybrids a lot, where it's part
We got
sci-fi,
Xenoblade
part
X.
fantasy. Xenoblade X, but Xenoblade X also feels kind of fantasy as well. When I say true sci-fi, can you think of a RPG that's as sci-fi as Xenosaga? That's like
I feel
that's
like
full on like Star
from
Trek.
what
I'd
I've
love to
seen of
see something like
Xenosaga, I feel like Xenoblade X is even more sci-fi than Xenosaga.
that. Okay,
But
fair
I have
enough.
to play Xenosaga, but Xenoblade X is heavy sci-fi with aliens and space weirdness
Sure.
and different planets, and especially once you get into that epilogue, it feels very like, I told this to my friend last year when we did chapter 13. I was like, this feels very, very Star Trek. Like a lot of the things they talk about, the different factions that emerge, were like, dude, this is straight up like next generation Star Trek with
yeah.
some of the like kind of outer worldly space stuff that happens. And Xenosaga, from what I've understood, because that's the one Xeno series I've yet to explore, it is sci-fi because it takes place in space, but because it uses a lot of concepts from Xenogears, that's where that fantasy blends. Whereas Xenoblade X still does that, but it still roots it within the space kind of atmosphere.
Yeah,
So
for sure.
I will say this. I will in terms of lore stuff, I don't want to get too much into detail. I will just say, I feel like what we saw in Xenoblade X, this is epilogue. The reason they released Xenoblade X was, of course, to put it onto the Switch, but they also wanted to complete the story. And that epilogue is really important. I feel like a lot of people skipped over it or kind of glazed through it, but after I played the epilogue last year, I was like, I'm going to keep my eyes out for references to that in the following games. And I'm already being kind of like rewarded in just this trailer. So remember, Xenoblade X exists. There's a reason they released the epilogue. And yeah.
Listen, that one's on my backlog. I had played the opening hours of X on the Wii U.
Okay.
I was waiting for a Switch 2 edition. It's finally here.
It's here.
I'm gonna get around to it, and I can't wait. I know you've sang that game's praises so much.
Which of the
over
number
the
of
years.
games have you played? You played 2 at least, I remember, right? Or
Yeah,
at least one?
one and 2.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, you gotta play 3.
I know. The problem is the games are so damn big. It's very tough.
You
As
have
a busy
time.
man, it is
3
very
Switch 2
tough.
edition is coming into December, I think. Early December.
Yep.
But
That'll be the
3
time.
is my personal favorite. It's not only my personal favorite Xenoblade game, but it's my favorite game on the Switch. My singular favorite game on Nintendo Switch 1 is Xenoblade 3. I know Roger might feel a little differently though.
No. I mean, I think I don't know if you're referring to what I think you're referring to, but I love Xenoblade 3 up to chapter 6. I think like that part of the game is incredible. That ramp up is really good. And then I've been one of those people who is also like a diehard Xenoblade fan who just following the revelation that happens after that chapter, nothing else kind of like hits the peak for me.
Yeah.
And I
6 and 7 were a little rushed at the end of Xenoblade 3.
Yeah. And I feel like the ending part of 3, without getting into spoilers, feels so crazy rushed, while at the same time feeling like a weird grind in a way I feel like none of the other Xenoblade games do. Where I remember beating base game 3 and being like, I don't know if I like this. I feel like and then when you get to Future Redeemed, Future Redeemed is like one of the best things they've ever done. If Future Redeemed literally redeems that game for me. It is so good. It is exactly what I thought 3 would be, in the way that they were hyping it up, of being like the culmination of the trilogy of Chronicles, like everything you could ever want. It's like it does that. It ties everything in such a unique way. It's just it's so
rewarding.
Yeah, totally.
What's funny is I was thinking about this yesterday. Like I was like, Future Redeemed is a game that I love so much, that has so many good things that really just hit the nail on the head for me. Like I remember when I played it for the first time, I don't know if you guys have ever had this experience when you love a game so much, you're like desperately looking for the flaws. You're like, wait, was that right. Yeah, you're like, is there anything bad in this experience?
Right.
But everything that I thought about, or as I was experiencing Future Redeemed, I was like, this is genuinely perfect. Like this is the greatest thing that they've ever done, because it's not only the culmination of the stories, but it's a culmination of the gameplay concepts as well. Sure. There's a lot of Xenoblade X like gameplay concepts in there as well, with the world design and the exploration and the way you do the quests. I was like, this is every single thing that they were doing has led to this, and it was just incredible.
It was my good friend's favorite entry in the series as well. I'll wrap up my thoughts really quick. Last thoughts on this one is, I love the way the world looks. I love the character design. I think the characters look sick in this. I love like all like the rapier and the a little bit more like elegant fantasy. Yeah. I'm all about that. It had that more sophisticated look. And I will say, it's going to be so badass to see a Xenoblade game that's not held back by hardware limitations. You know, as much as I love those the first couple games, well, Xenoblade 2, I love Xenoblade 2 so much, but playing that game in handheld mode, there definitely was a visual decline.
It's rough.
You know what I mean?
It's
rough looking, and it's such a beautiful game. It's such a beautiful, like, artistically, the direction is so beautiful. So to see what they're going to be able to do with this without those really tight limitations and constraints of previous hardware is going to be phenomenal. The last point I had, we already touched on. I just think that like inverted globe, that inverted world is such a cool concept that visually I'm just picturing the different vistas that we're going to see in the adventure of seeing this world just like curving up and over everyone is going to be so cool. Like, who knows? Is there going to be like battles in the distance, and you're seeing what looks like these like fireworks popping off on different, I don't know. You get what I'm saying. Anyways, Primal Rage.
What's
the rage on Xenoblade Genesis? What do you think of this trailer? Where are you at with the hype?
So I'm pretty excited. I have not completed the DLC for Xenoblade 3 yet. It is on my to-do list. I will be getting to it. That said, I'm really, first off, just to get to the Switch 2 versions of the games, just really happy to see, especially, when you see Xenoblade 1 right now, which is the one that's out, running as well as it does. It's just nice to see, especially after kind of the mess they had with the Switch 2 version of X. It's nice to see that they didn't.
Yeah, these look to be similar in terms of the upgrade, but a lot better than X was.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like the issues that played X don't seem to be here. So happy to see that, because obviously people have been wanting to play these games at 60 FPS for a long time. So it's just really nice to see that. In terms of Genesis, look, obviously it's early. Every time they show Xenoblade, they always show a lot. So you guys saw like a 2-minute, 30-second trailer of it. there'll be a dedicated direct in the future that's like 2 hours of this stuff. Like there's so much to show for Xenoblade. I used to complain about it in the past, and you play the games and you're like, oh, there is so much in it that's impossible for them to spoil things. There's too much going on. It's like impossible. So yeah, if it feels like too much, it's just because it's a JRPG and Nintendo only has one of those. So that being said, I thought Genesis looked really, really good. I don't know that it, like, you know, for being excited to see what Monolith Soft was going to do for like their first Switch 2 game, I don't know that this was like visually the most appealing, but it is clean looking.
I mentioned that too. Fidelity wise, I wasn't incredibly impressed, but this is also early stage footage, so I'm reserving judgment on that.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if this was a Switch 1 project at some point. And that could explain things, of course, because then that means, okay, if it started at Switch 1, then they're not fully taking advantage of Switch 2. And we'll know that, guys, when the game comes out. If it's using FSR and not DLSS, that lets you know it started as a Switch 1 project. That being said, obviously it looks crisp and it looks like it's running smooth. So it's like one of those things like, okay, well, if it's 60 FPS and it's crisp, I really don't care then. Yeah, it's not the end of the world. It's just Monolith Soft is just known to push the boundaries, and this one doesn't really feel like it's doing that, but that's okay. This is a team that put out 2 Xenoblade games last gen, so that means we have another game probably coming this gen from them at some point. So,
oh yeah, definitely. We had 2 original games in the Switch 1 era plus DLCs, so we'll have Genesis. I imagine Genesis will have DLC. And I'm pretty sure since we're still relatively early in the Switch 2 life, we're going to get a second or maybe even third game. We'll see. Because we don't have to do definitive editions anymore because we have all Switch 2 editions now. Yeah. So.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. So I'm really excited to see where the story goes, what they do with this. Obviously, I assume they're starting a whole new trilogy of games, but we don't really know. There's just a lot we don't know. I mean, there's a lot we do know because they showed 2 minutes and 30 seconds, but there's also a hell of a lot you don't know.
Lots of mysteries.
So yeah, I am really excited for it just because it is a very underrated series that has shown some growth potential. So I'm going to hope that this next one ends up being the best selling of them all. So we keep seeing this series grow.
Yeah.
That's all.
You finished the base game of 3, did you, Nate?
Yep.
Nice. Yeah, hop on Future Redeemed whenever you can with the 60 FPS upgrade in December.
I know everyone has told me how good Future Redeemed is.
It's incredible.
It's so good. I cannot stress enough how good it is. Because again, the first 2 Xenoblade games are very much their own kind of story, but they connect with each other in little unique ways. And when 3 was first being talked about, you know, the big thing they were saying was it was the culmination of where all of this was going to lead. And then the game obviously ended up focusing and kind of being its own thing, right? For those first 6-7 chapters, I see what I just did, 6-7 anyway. But yeah, right. I'm saying it before the stupid chat says it. But no, I was going to say for those first, 6 chapters, it is very much its own story. And it kind of doesn't start really connecting until towards the end. And then by that point, I was like, well, I kind of want to see more of this. This feels a little rushed. But then Future Redeemed connects everything, including X, right? Including Xenoblade Chronicles X, in a way where you're like, I was not expecting this at all.
They're geniuses
so good.
In the way they weave their stories together. And then on top of that, Chapter 13 epilogue of XDE arguably has some of the most important lore ever. I was kind of mind blown when I saw a lot of that stuff and the implications for the future. So they're always they're thinking 5 steps ahead.
Yeah,
because something we see in the most latest game, we go all the way back to the older games and we're they're setting this up all the way back.
It meant this, I can't believe it. Yeah, right.
Yeah. It's been a wild ride and it's been fun and I'm excited for more.
Okay. Did everyone get their thoughts?
Yeah. I'm just excited to replay the games as well. I have a really solid excuse to replay them.
Nish,
give a fun
final
fact
words
for
on
everybody.
Xenoblade?
What? What were you saying, Gamebird?
Okay, I was just saying. Well, Stash wants to say something.
Oh, you go ahead.
Okay, I was just gonna say, did you have any final words to sell this audience on the next Xenoblade game?
Oh, on the next
It might be.
one.
It might be. Yeah. Well, the reason why I say that is because, while I know that the first 3 games plus X are amazing experiences that everyone should experience, a lot of people might not have the time or might be overwhelmed at the thought of diving into 3 or 400 plus hour games. So let's sell them on this next one.
Yeah.
Why should the audience be excited for this?
So since this is Xenoblade Genesis and not Xenoblade Chronicles, even the official Xenoblade Twitter account said that this could be a good starting place. And I felt that same way as well. I was like, if you start fresh, don't have any numbers to confuse people, don't have any like Xenoblade Chronicles tiebacks in terms of the title and the branding, then it'll be a great place to start. And most of these games are usually like, you can jump in and have a good like standalone experience, barring some of the connections. I think this game will be a very good, fresh reset to get into and appreciate without any experience of the older games. And I also, we didn't see any of the combat, but I believe that they're going to make the combat a little more accessible, because the Monolith Soft is very like observant. They always listen to feedback and criticisms. One of the biggest pieces of criticism is the combat is a little obtuse. There's too much going on the screen. It's a little messy. So I think they're going to really take that feedback in and make it a little more accessible and a little more approachable in that way. So keep that in mind. We'll see more of the combat as we see more of the game. But yeah, this will be a good starting point for people as well.
Absolutely. And might be, by the time it comes out, who knows, because Nintendo's competing with itself with Fire Emblem, but it could be the best Nintendo story on Switch 2.
Oh, possibly.
Could be.
We'll see. Yeah. We'll see. Fortune's Weave looks like a insane story.
I cannot wait for
on the level of
Weave.
3 houses.
That should
if
have been
not
a
more.
topic too tonight.
We'll see how Ocarina of Time expands on the story. I personally, like, everyone's like, oh, Ocarina of Time is a simple story of like, oh, you just do whatever. I'm like, no, Ocarina of Time is a very impactful story, and if they expand on it, it could be even more impactful. So think about that. But also, Xenoblade is Xenoblade, so it'll probably be insane in terms of the narrative.
Hell yeah. Stashman, close it off. You had something. You had a little tidbit. A little niblet.
Fun fact. So if you were to 100% all the Xenoblade games and the DLC, according to howlongtobeat.com, it would be 809 hours.
Oh boy.
Like, talk about bang for your buck, though. Like,
and also add maybe like 50 hours to that, because you may not get lucky and get all the rare blades in Xenoblade 2. Like, imagine
you might get
grinding for like 100 hours and still not getting Cosmos and Telos. Think about that.
You get lost. You could just not fall within the averages, and then you're spending 1,000 hours.
I've seen people 100% Xenoblade 2, and I asked them, do they still have any bit of sanity left within them, and they tell me no. They honestly tell me no.
I believe it.
Wow. I've never 100%ed any of the Xenoblade games, just to be
I don't think I've 100%ed a single game in my life. I don't think I've platinumed a game. I've gotten close to
100%ed a game in your life? What?
No.
Not even like Super Mario World?
I don't think so. Closest I got was, I think, Ocarina of Time 3D, but not even that. Like, Persona 5 Royal was 86% platinum or 86% trophies, and I'm like, no, I just want to move on. I'm done with this game.
I don't blame you with Persona. Persona is like a very difficult one. 100%.
Are you interested in Star Fox?
Oh yeah. I also never. I played a lot of Star Fox 64 as a kid, and I only went through the hard route once, but that was on the 3DS version.
So I challenge you, 100% your first game, please. Do it.
Okay, I'll do it. I'll do it with Star Fox. It's coming in next week. I'll do it on.
That is actually a pretty easy one, I think, to do it with.
It's a great one.
Do it with any of them.
100%. It's very.
Hopefully, they made Aquos easier, so I can get through Aquos and do Zonus. I don't even remember if I've even done Zonus, but I was like, this route exists. This hard route exists, because I've always used to go on medium or easy for Star Fox, and mostly medium. But yeah,
I can't believe that. Next week, man. That's on. I can't wait.
I used to love 100%ing games when I was a kid. You know, like the Super Nintendo days, the Nintendo 64 days, and even a little bit of the GameCube days. I loved 100%ing Wind Waker, not just because it's my favorite game, but it had that like after you beat the game, when you do your new game plus, you get the color camera. And you can take it to the little toy maker, and it'll make toys of every NPC and enemy and boss that you photograph. So you have like a whole museum of toys. I absolutely loved that. It was one of my favorites, just because I don't know. I had like
Super Metroid
trophy room.
I just
Super Metroid's
realized,
real fun to 100%.
Yeah, no, yeah, all Metroid games are really fun to 100%. I think I 99%ed one game, and that was Kirby Superstar Ultra. And I remember there was this thing called the Great Cave Offensive or whatever. You have to find all these treasures, right? And I had 2 treasures left, and I could not find them for the life of me. So I was like, I'm giving up. But I did every single other thing and all the other stories in Superstar Ultra. But that's the closest I got to 100%ing a game, I think. Yeah,
that's awesome.
You know what I liked was when you 100% it and the title screen would change.
Oh, that's the best. That's the
That's
best.
the best.
Dude, that's a lost art. That is a lost art.
You know what game does do that though? Xenoblade.
What?
The Xenoblade games
Xenoblade
literally
does
do
do
that
that.
every single time they change.
do?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh wow.
After you roll credits once, the title
Yep.
screen will change
Title screen
on
changes.
all the games. Yeah.
That's true.
But you don't have to 100% it. Oh,
No,
Yeah.
no. You can
Yeah.
just play it.
You
the
just
way
have to
wanna
roll
play it.
credits.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay. I think we can probably move on to our next topic here. And I think we're going to jump to Ocarina, and we'll save that the top of the stash came up with for last year, because obviously I'm trying to be considerate of the time of our guests as well. And I really want your guys' thoughts on the Ocarina of Time stuff here. So the topic is actually, can Ocarina of Time stand toe to toe against GTA 6? And we definitely will have that conversation, because this certainly seems like it's Nintendo's big holiday game. They don't have a date for it yet, but presume future Zelda Direct, 40th anniversary Direct, something. They'll give the date in the future. Maybe Nintendo today. They like to do that. We'll see what happens. But what I want to initially get before we talk about its prospects against the most hyped game of all time is our guest thoughts, because we've already all given ours last week, on Ocarina of Time in general, in terms of how you're feeling about how it's looking, the reveal, the music. Did they see enough of it? How excited are you? Do you hate what's going on with the game? Again, we didn't see a whole lot of it, but this is a remake, an actual remake of the highest rated video game ever made. So you can argue there's a lot of pressure on this one to not screw it up. So let's start with Dave. What are you thinking here about Ocarina of Time so far?
Ocarina of Time is my favorite Zelda game of all time. And I think it's a fantastic idea. And it's something I've been wanting them to do for many years now. Mainly because N64 games simply are the best ones, I would say, to remake, because of how they haven't aged very well in the past near 30 years. So it was due for a remake, due for a frame rate boost, all that good stuff. So I think it's a fantastic reveal and a great way to have a holiday for the Switch 2, for its, to close out its starting of its second year at the end of this year. But yeah, Ocarina of Time, I always felt was pretty much my favorite Zelda game. I'm old school, so it's one of those things that the newer Zeldas never grabbed me quite as much as the Ocarina of Time and like Wind Waker, Twilight Princess, Link to the Past, those games. But they're great games, don't get me wrong, but there's just something magical about Ocarina of Time. Playing that game for the first time on N64, I just had a stream about it last week, talking about that game with the guest on my channel too. But it was just like one of the most magical, memorable games of all time, and it's just huge trendsetter for the industry. I set all kinds of new things people wanted to do in gaming, proving the whole 3D concept of Zelda for the first time. Lots of other games borrowed heavily from the Zelda formula of Ocarina of Time. The battle system, the open world kind of idea of it being kind of open world came from Ocarina of Time, and then move forward to other games where the hardware got more powerful and everything. So I'm very curious to see what they'll do with the remake. Is it going to be a reimagining? Is it going to be very, very faithful? I think we got a hint from a leak, or kind of like that's going to be faithful to the original game, but obviously completely remade graphics. So it's going to feel like a brand new game. And for people who weren't around nearly 30 years ago to play the original game, it's going to be basically a brand new Zelda game to you. And it's going to feel like a next gen Zelda game, most likely, with all those beautiful graphics that they got going on there. Art style, I'm a huge fan of already from what I've seen. That's exactly what I imagined that they would go for a remake of that game. So I'm glad they're doing that. It kind of reminded me of what they were going for with the Wii U demo, like that type of going in that direction. And I was like, yes, that's what I want. That's what I always wanted. So I think hardware limitations were one of the big reasons why they went with cel shaded for Breath of the Wild, because the scope of the game was so big. Same for Twilight Princess sequel. So I'm not Twilight Princess. Tears of the Kingdom. So the going this route with a more powerful hardware and completely made from the ground up, I think is a good move. The only thing I hope they do for the remake is, yes, have it be as close to 1-to-1 as possible, but also I do hope they give you like hero mode, like right off the bat, and a little bit more difficulty. I wouldn't mind, just because if you play the original game, you kind of know it very well, and it can be very, very easy going back to that, because that game is kind of easy. That's the only slight thing that I had about it, is that I thought it was a little bit too easy, some of the bosses in the original game. So I do hope they kind of spruce that up a little bit, maybe give you a harder difficulty to choose. If they don't, that's fine. I still be extremely excited to play it either way. But I can't wait to play it. I'll be day oneing that, of course, and likely streaming it and everything. So,
all right,
100%.
There we go. All right, Rogers Base. I've been waiting since this game was revealed. I kept thinking, okay, Rogers Base. I got to get his thoughts.
I mean, to be fair, yeah, I don't know if you saw that reaction. I was like losing my mind. I completely broke down. I think the thing about it is, like, Ocarina to me is one of the best games of all time, like unequivocally. I think not only is it one of the best like Zelda games, I think it's one of the best games, period. And I'm someone who also really did like the art style. I know there's some people joking about it, saying, "Oh, it looks like Nintendo hired that man." That's the whole meme where people always say hire this man, and it's like some Unreal Engine demo. But no, I am super hyped for it. I actually am in the camp that doesn't want them to change it all that much. I think if you just do the main game and really just soup up the way it looks, throw in that orchestrated music, you got that orchestrated bit. Once you hear those first three bum 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 right of the ocarina in the beginning, I was already getting goosebumps. So I think so long as it has a great orchestrated soundtrack and looks really good, I think if this ends up going the way of like the new Star Fox remake, I think I am all on board. Like, I don't need them to do something super different with it. I would love if we got, any of those cut dungeons from way back in the day. Maybe we ended up getting like a proper Light Temple, Temple of Time, as the first one before you actually get into the Forest Temple. I think would be cool. I'm also in the camp that doesn't think the Water Temple needs to change. There's some people who are like, oh, the Water Temple's too hard. Stop being a baby. All right. Water Temple's fine. It's totally fine. There's a couple things that needed adjusting. They adjusted it for the 3DS remake. I'm sure they're going to carry that stuff over. No doubt about it. I can't wait. I think my big question is really going to be who's developing it, right? Is this going to be in-house or is it going to be Grezzo, right? I think a lot of people think it could be Grezzo. We haven't heard from them since I believe they helped with development for Echoes of Wisdom. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think that was the last thing that they've done. So yeah, I mean, it could very well be them, but I kind of hope this is like the main Zelda team. That if they've been craving some of that like dungeon action that, the people who aren't really big fans of Breath of the Wild, the Tears of the Kingdom want more of, I hope they get it here. I hope they get to, just dip their toes in so that for whatever the next mainline Zelda game is going to be, it's got a little bit of the DNA of all the best ones. So yeah, I'm so stoked. I think there wasn't a world in which this rumor happened and I was going to be like, oh, I'm completely uninterested in revisiting Ocarina. It's like, of course, I can't wait to see this again.
Hell yeah, man. I'm so hyped for this game. I've been talking about it every day. Nishquick, what are we thinking about this?
So I was one of the people who was very hesitant of an OOT remake because I was like, don't touch what's already perfect. Why would you like tamper with one of the greatest things of all time? Why would you like tamper with the Mona Lisa? Like I made that comparison. But you know what's funny is I'm replaying Ocarina of Time now on NSO. Like it is still probably my number one favorite game of all time, but I was always like, oh, it's perfect. It's not. It's aged so perfectly. It's not outdated at all. And now I'm like replaying the game without the rose tinted glasses, a little bit older now, and I'm like, oh wait, yeah, like it's taking so long for me to like turn around and slash my sword, and like, oh, it's not as fluid. Like I literally had that experience where I was like, if I was playing this in a more modern way, I would be able to like turn around, slash my sword, and like do all these cool things in a much more fluid and smoother way. So I'm understanding now how things can be expanded, how towns and villages and side quests can be added to the game. From a remake standpoint, or a sorry, I will say a reimagining standpoint, I'm still a little iffy on it because I enjoy the FF7 remakes, and I know this is not going to be split into 3 parts, but one of my problems with the FF7 remakes is how they add a lot of padding into the games to extend the hours that you spend in the games. And I feel like Ocarina's pacing is so perfect. So I'm wondering if they want to make it a longer and more expansive game, what are they going to add? And that's what I was hoping to see in the Direct. So I guess I wasn't disappointed by what we saw, but I was just the night I went, like the night before the Direct, I was like, oh, we're gonna see what like young Link looks like and adult Link looks like in the forest and Hyrule Field, and we're gonna see him riding on the horse. We'll see how big Hyrule Field is, and that's what I was excited for. And then we just saw him sleeping in his house. So I know like they've given us like an idea of what we can expect, and even from that one shot, it shows how detailed his house is. He might even be getting like an outfit redesign. His cap looks a little different. Voice acting is hinted at in this game, so it looks like they're going all out. I am a person who, like, with Ocarina of Time being one of my favorite games of all time, I will probably still be doing some comparisons and being like, oh, how did they do it in the original versus this? But I feel like this will still be its own standalone experience, and I'm very excited to see what it's going to be like. And here's something interesting that I thought. I said in a video, and I made this short on my channel as well, where I was like, oh, I want them to make the art style like the manga official artwork. Like, I have some of those posters in my room, actually, like Link and Sheik fighting some of the enemies, and then Link fighting Ganondorf that's on the other side of my room. And then I realized, I watched a Zeltic video. It turns out that those that artwork was done after the game came out, and they've always wanted this realistic look. And everyone was like, oh, why Ocarina should be like Twilight Princess or the Wii U tech demo. And I feel like what we saw from this teaser isn't even that realistic. So I'm glad that they're kind of sticking to some of the stylized vibes of what OOT is. So I'm optimistic. I'm just dying to see more. I just want that big blowout of everything. So yeah, that's where I'm at.
Heck yeah, man. There's so much I want to see with this game, and so much they could be doing. You know what? Like one just like change wise, it would be interesting is just knowing that they now know, okay, this thing splits into 3 timelines. So like having that better explained would be interesting.
Yeah. That would be cool.
I want to ask you actually, because this has been a topic of conversation in my community for pretty much ever since they ended up announcing it. Do you think they are going to turn Rauru into Goatman? Do you think they're actually going to say, you know what, when you get to Rauru in the Temple of Time, that he's going to be Rauru from Tears of the Kingdom?
I don't think that's the same person, but I think Ocarina of Time Rauru is meant to be named after Tears of the Kingdom Rauru. That's how I always thought about it.
And I agree with you, but there are some people who think they're going to retcon it and turn it into like the goat thing. And I also agree. I don't think they're going to do that.
I feel like they might have some slight references to him or the Zonai, but it's not like they're going to be the same guy.
No, I completely agree. Yeah. I'm glad I'm not alone. That makes me feel good because people were making me sound like I was crazy. So
Here's one cool thing. Here, an idea that I had. Everyone was like, "Oh, Light Temple would be great," and it can be your journey into adulthood. As a child, you start off the Light Temple. By the end of the Light Temple, you'll become an adult. But your guide through the Light Temple will be the person who was guiding you as a child, who was Kaepora Gaebora, and Kaepora Gaebora will guide you through the temple. And he'll be sort of like, you know how like Ruto was like your companion in Jabba Jabba's belly? That will be Kaepora Gaebora in the Light Temple. At the end, you become an adult and he becomes a Rauru. So they kind of canonize that connection with Kaepora Gaebora and Rauru. That would be so cool.
Yeah. I mean, there's just a lot of stuff that they can do. And I do think there'll be some minor changes to reference things from other Zelda games that didn't exist at the time, or potentially, like, you know, at the time they didn't know Majora's Mask was going to be a thing, so they could have something that kind of maybe explains or hints at, oh, hey, look, obviously we're getting Majora's Mask. We can see they added like a hint towards it towards the end of the game. That's kind of interesting because now Navi's missing. Why is Navi missing? That doesn't make any sense. That being said, the rest of us kind of gave our thoughts already on this already, and we don't really have more to say until more information comes out. Now, technically, we did have that thing that Dave referenced. There was some information from Nintendo, from their metadata on the website that came out. They have since deleted that. And the reason that people thought it meant one-to-one remake is the words timeless gameplay was in that sentence. And no one knows what that means. And then they got rid of it the next day. So it literally might mean nothing. It could have just been some guy working on the website jumping the gun, or it does mean something. We literally have no idea. Yes, Birdman.
I just want to add one thing to this conversation regarding that division and discussion about whether or not it's 1-to-1. I'm actually our guests tonight seem to all be kind of aligned with they want more of that 1-to-1 remake. I'm on the other side of that. I'm actually hoping that Nintendo takes some risks with this. And I look at it like I agree with everything you guys have said. I mean, I think Ocarina of Time is one of the greatest games ever made. I think it set the boundaries and was a game of the generation that really built the framework for what adventure games could be. And I love that. And that game will always be there for that. You know, we'll always be able to go to NSO or our Nintendo 64s or 3DSs to play an even better 1-to-1 version of that game. But now, you know, this is an opportunity to take a little bit of a risk to modernize. So I personally love the idea of them taking some chances. And I do think doing more lore building and adding more character substance, you know, more backstory to Ganondorf and building more into his motives, as well as the relationship with Link and Zelda. I think there's a lot we could do here, as well as boss lore building. I mean, Ocarina of Time has some of the coolest bosses in the entire series. I want to know Bongo's deal.
Bongo's gonna be incredible, man.
I want to know Bongo's deal. What the hell is this thing? I want to know a little bit more of the Ganondorf side. When you're a kid, you know, you're showing up these places and everyone mentions, I'm like, oh yeah, some strange man from the desert was here and messed crap up. I'd love to see maybe a little, maybe not all of that.
I think we are going to see more lore fleshed out. Like I have no doubt, like the Rauru thing was kind of a joke earlier, but I feel like when I say I want it to be a 1-to-1 remake, it's not that like I don't want them to add stuff like what you're talking about. I think that is the direction you go in. I think if you're going to like flesh more things out, that is what you do. You explain, like you said, what the hell is Bongo, right? You maybe show a cutscene of like Darunia attempting to take down Volvagia, right? Like all that when the sages fail, like seeing that stuff in a cutscene, I think could be incredible.
It would be sick. Yeah. So lots of world building. One thing I love, and this would actually fundamentally change the way the game works. So a jump button. You know, when I go back and play old Zeldas, I think that's one thing that hasn't aged as gracefully. So the thought of being able to run and jump in Ocarina of Time in a modern engine is so exciting to me. And the last thing I'll say, and this is going to be the most divisive, and I've mentioned it on the podcast before, and some people say that I've lost the plot when I say it in the comments, but maybe it's time to have Link speak in this game for the first time. We have I'm in the camp. Listen, I get it. People like to say Link shouldn't speak because we're supposed to be Link. But I've never played a Zelda and thought that's me. Like I've always separated the two. And as cool as Link is, Link will never be my favorite video game character because what can I relate to with him? I never feel the pain of his journey, the emotion. He's a mute. You know, Joker will never be my favorite character in Persona 5 because he doesn't say anything. How could Joker be my favorite character? I have a very hard time relating to him. So I love Link. I love him in theory. I love him in design. I always get excited for Link. One of the reasons why Wind Waker Link is my favorite version of the character is because he's so expressive and so animated. That it makes relating to the character much easier. And with the movie on the horizon, that's probably going to be at the very least, loosely based on Ocarina of Time, because Ocarina is such a great starting point. It's such a great setup for the series. Maybe it's time. I'm not saying he has to have like these deep, intense monologues or anything, but maybe he speaks as much as John Wick speaks in the John Wick movies. I don't know.
I would totally be fine with that. Again, I don't mind if he speaks. I think that might be something that is sacrilegious. I am also in the camp that thinks that it's probably time for that to happen.
Does anyone on the panel think that him speaking would be a disaster?
I made a video about it, and I was like, I think it's high time Link speaks, but they have to be very careful about it. But I also said I don't think he's going to speak in Ocarina of Time remake. I said, with the Zelda movie on the horizon, the Zelda movie will be our warm-up to Link speaking, where I think his name is Benjamin Evan Ainsworth. His Link will have voice lines, and he'll be like talking in the movie. But he's not going to be like rambling. He's not going to have like full monologues. He'll be like a man of a few words, a solemn guy, but he'll still have sentences and speak and things like that. And I think in the next 3D Zelda on Switch 2, he will speak the same way he does in the movie. But I'm not sure about Ocarina of Time remake.
It's time we get a game where Link speaks.
I'm down for Link talking.
And
I like 110%. Totally agree.
I talk about this. It's like, Stash Man. Maybe you'll agree with me on this one. I'm not sure. I know you're a huge Final Fantasy fan. You're also a massive Dragon Quest fan. Is there a hero from Dragon Quest that's as memorable as Cloud or Squall or any major Final Fantasy character?
No.
Yeah.
Well, what do you think
it
of
be
Chrono
amazing
from
to have a
Chrono Trigger?
Link that
Chrono is also
like,
silent, but people say, "Oh, Chrono's so iconic." But I never had a attachment to Chrono from Chrono Trigger because he never had that much dialogue either. Yeah.
So obviously here's the thing. Ultimately, and this is the last thing I'm going to say. I think I understand why it's so divisive. Like, I get that. He's never spoken in a game. It's going to divide people. People are going to be very critical of whoever the voice actor is. It's going to be an uphill battle. But I think it's one of those things that once it happens and time passes, it's going to be much more widely accepted and normalized. And then eventually people are going to be like, I'm so glad Link talks now. Think about like Mario when they cast Chris Pratt as Mario and how divisive that was and how judgmental, and people were upset that wasn't Charles Martinet. Was anyone complaining about his voice when the Mario Galaxy movie came out? I didn't hear anyone complain about it.
Exactly. I felt the same.
Yeah, people were like, yeah, that's just how Mario talks. So I don't know. I think it will be tough in the beginning, but I think down the road it'll be like people will be glad it happened. It's only going to make the character more interesting. That's all it's going to do. I'm not Link. None of you are Link. None of you felt like that's me. Or maybe Nate did. I think Nate maybe thought that was him when he was fighting.
I do. I resonate with the character, but I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
Just have Link say, "Excuse me, princess," one time. I'll be happy.
He's got to say it in the Zelda movie. He's got to.
Actually would be sick.
I really want him to say it in the Zelda movie.
I actually like that he was quiet. I always have. I do think it's time for him to speak at this point because it's been so long, and the character is getting more and more becoming a character just on their own. You know, I do think that the intent of the character to be us is there, and that's why I don't think Ocarina of Time makes sense to be the game to have him talk, because again, you're already going to be fighting this balance of traditional versus changes. And I think that's one change where it's like, look, adding voice acting at all is already a huge change. But then you're going to take the silent protagonist that we all grew up with and have him like literally speak words. I kind of feel like you save that for a new Zelda, a new Link that people don't already have like this deep personal attachment to. I think that's just the safer route to go, but you can still do the voice acting. And that's already going to be risky because people might hate the voice acting for other characters. No matter what it does, they can't please everyone either way.
True. Yeah. I feel like the beauty of doing it here is that you'll always have the version without it.
Yeah.
Whereas like doing it in a new entry, that'll be the only version that you have.
You're stuck with that link.
Yeah.
And now we have two different hero times we can kind of.
Yeah, you could be like, I don't like the voice acting. I prefer Link in the original.
Or they could just give the option to turn the voice acting off.
Yeah, they could. And
have you read the
have
text?
it where you read the text. Would anyone be opposed to text? Everyone has voice acting, but Link, because we get this in JRPGs where some parts are voice acted and other parts are just text. Yeah. Would people be opposed to Link having text? Because I would greatly welcome.
Well, in Skyward
I think it's one or the other. I think you either make
you have dialogue options.
Yeah, so. I think minor dialogue options would be fine, but I think if you're going to actually have him talk, have him talk. Don't go the route of like everyone talks except Link and then it's just text. Like make him talk too, because then I think that we would have like a weird Pokemon situation where you get like some of those songs in Pokemon where it's like, you know, they're supposed to be at concerts and they just go like blankly into the microphone with nothing. It's so weird. So, and I definitely don't want that.
I always think about Metroid Prime 4 and having all those characters. Yeah. I don't know, Samus, what do you think? And then it pans over and it's just silent. Then it pans back. My thoughts exactly. It's just so awkward.
Jeez.
Yeah, I'm now thinking that like there is probably going to be voice acting in this game. It was teased with that narration, whoever's saying that, whether it's like Kepora, Raru, King of Hyrule, whoever. But I'm wondering, like the person who's going to be with you on the journey forever throughout the entire game is Navi. So I'm wondering how that dialogue between Navi and Link is going to be. If Navi's constantly talking and Link's just like, yeah.
Which leads me to my next question. Who would you rather talk in this remake, Navi or Link?
Oh, boy.
Oh, Navi. I mean, Navi kind of already did. Hey, listen. Yeah,
I know.
Navi, no doubt.
That was the joke. It was a bad joke.
I'm very curious to see how they handle that, because to me, as a kid, Navi was never annoying. I was just like, oh, that's just the hey, listen person. It was just kind of iconic. But then I remember when I went on the internet as a kid, I was like, dude, people hate Navi. There was like flash games on like those old like flash game websites where you would like kill Navi because you hate her so much. I'm like, dude, why do people hate Navi so much? So I'm curious to see how they handle her annoyance, so to speak.
I think the answer is to add new dialogue, so it's not just hey, listen. Maybe incorporate why aren't you listening?
Yeah,
into the mix.
But hey, listen is so iconic. They can't take that out either.
I don't think they can really change that. The hey, listen word, it is too iconic.
It's like do a barrel roll, you know?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. It's funny. Okay, so to round out our conversation on Ocarina of Time, obviously we should talk about the actual title of the topic, the can it stand toe to toe next to GTA 6? Because this does look like it will be Nintendo's holiday game, regardless if it's October, November, December. Somewhere in there, it looks like this is what they're going to be pitting up against GTA 6, which, as we're seeing, most of the industry is running away from, and they've apparently all universally agreed September is the month to put their games out instead. Don't ask me why they all decided that September was the right month. It could have, we have October's right there, December's right there, but nope, we got to go September. Okay. That said, I How do you guys think it'll fare against GTA 6? In this holiday period, do you think it's going to be able to move units for Nintendo? Is it going to just be like business like usual, or is this just going to be kind of forgotten about and overlooked because GTA 6, the new kid on the block, trying to take, you're probably trying to go for that crown of best game of all time, to be honest.
Can I get my quick thoughts? And then I got to head out.
Absolutely, Dave.
All right. I don't think Nintendo cares about GTA 6 against Zelda. Nintendo is their own beast. They've never had a new release GTA game on their console, right? It was GTA 3 on PS2 and then 4 on Xbox 360 and 5 on like 3 different systems, PS3, PS4, PS5. So and then Nintendo did just fine with Switch 1 selling 155 million consoles or something like that without any GTA brand new release on it. So I don't think it matters personally. I don't think it's going to hurt sales either. They're both completely different games, and people who are going to buy GTA 6 were already going to buy it the moment they announced it. So, and the same for Zelda. Ocarina of Time, people who are going to buy it day one, and new people. Actually, Ocarina of Time has more of a chance to invite new people than GTA 4 or 6 does, in my opinion, because a lot of the kids these days haven't played the game, may have not even played it since when it came out in 1998, or they may have never tried it. So I don't personally think that's going to be an issue. And I think Ocarina of Time on Switch 2 has the opportunity to outsell the original game on N64. What was the sales on N64 for that game, or total?
10 million?
No, it was no, it was less. There was not a
less than 10.
Yeah, there was no Zelda game that crossed 10 until Breath of the Wild.
Not even Twilight Princess.
Well, 8 million.
Twilight Princess, yeah. Oh. And that's including the re-release, right?
Oh, well. Okay.
Yeah. So I think this has an opportunity to be a huge selling game, and introducing Zelda for the first time to some people who never tried this type of Zelda before. They've tried the open world Zelda, and they may not realize just how amazing the dungeon aspect of 3D Zeldas are, because they may have never tried it. So they may have even skipped out on Skyward Sword when they re-released it. So I don't think there's going to be any issue whatsoever going against GTA 6. I think Ocarina of Time is going to do amazing numbers for Switch 2. But yeah, guys, thanks for having me on. I gotta get moving out, and come check me out next week on Super Metal Dave 64, my YouTube channel. We're going to be playing the full game of Devil May Cry 5 on Switch 2, live on the channel, and then we'll be playing the full game live of Star Fox
nice.
So next week. So yeah.
Nice chatting with you.
You too, guys.
Absolutely.
Thanks.
Have
Dave.
a great rest of your stream. Nice seeing you, Roger, and Nate, and everybody else. Dash, Gamebird, Eric. Have a good one.
Pleasure talking to you.
Peace.
All right, Roger. GTA versus Zelda. What's up?
You think I care? You think I actually care?
Yeah, this is the guy who demanded $90 games.
That's what I'm saying. I don't care at all. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me in the slightest. I feel like the audience is totally different. I think the people who are like, there's obviously going to be people who play both and buy both, right? We all will. I think most of us on this call will probably play both of these games. But to me, it literally doesn't matter at all. I think like Ocarina absolutely takes priority. The only time I will play GTA is like in calls with other content creators that also want to make content doing GTA, and I'll play through the story in my own time. But like, unless there's like some miraculous, it runs great on Switch 2, it's such a huge deal, and then obviously it becomes a talking point where it's like, well, I'm a Nintendo YouTuber, obviously I gotta play GTA on Switch 2, then Ocarina of Time is most definitely going to be taking priority for me. So yeah, it literally doesn't matter at all, and I absolutely think it'll stand toe-to-toe in terms of sales. I think little Timmy, whose parents aren't going to let him buy GTA, is going to want Ocarina of Time. And again, the people who are more Nintendo focused, Nintendo only players, I think you got nothing to worry about. Zelda's going to be just fine.
Sure. Stash, what do you think?
Yeah, it's going to be the same stance. I'm not changing that. And that's that Nintendo doesn't care. For all the reasons that everyone just said, I think it's very logical. I think it's very much like Nintendo to not care about this stuff. I do think it's different markets. I think everyone that was going to buy Zelda is going to buy Zelda. Everyone that was going to buy GTA is going to buy GTA, but I actually do agree and believe that there's more of an upside for Ocarina of Time because, again, it's been 28 years by the time it comes out. If it comes out in November, it'll be 28 years. And a lot of people haven't played it. A lot of the young kids hear us talk about it. Yeah, I think the young kids, I'll give a sports analogy. The way we talk about Michael Jordan is like the way we talk about Ocarina of Time. And you can't go see Michael Jordan play live today. That's not how time works, but you can go experience Ocarina of Time later this year. And it will be the first time for many of you. And it might be like it was when we experienced it for the first time, because this is a remake, right? And it may look like what we thought it looked like back then. So this is like really exciting time because anyone can jump in. We're all going to be there. All the old guys are going to be there, right? But I think all the younger people are going to want to experience this and find out what we hype up so much and try to understand it. Again, just like with the sports with Jordan and LeBron, and there's always that ongoing debate about who's better. But it's like if you grew up in our generation, the answer is easy. It's Michael Jordan. And so this will be very interesting. But that's how I feel with it. Ocarina of Time has more of an upside, more to gain. And it's going to sell what it's going to sell regardless. And I think a lot of people are going to buy both. It's a great time to be a gamer. Simple as that.
Eric.
I'm muted. Yep. Yeah, I mean, I don't see these games having any impact on each other. I mean, like Stash said, they're such different audiences. It's the people are going to buy whatever games they're going to buy. And I think it was regardless of whether GTA came out or not. The people who are going to buy Zelda, they're going to buy Zelda. I mean, will there be, I guess maybe there's some that can't afford both of them that may choose one over the other. But I don't see a whole lot of people with mass amounts of, crossover, caring about this. So.
All right. Birdman.
Yeah, man. I obviously think this is something that companies are always going to think about. Yes, I think Nintendo likes to play to its own tune. They do things a little bit different. They tend to care less about this sort of thing. I think that's always going to be true. But that being said, I still think they're thinking about this carefully. Furukawa is a business-oriented man, so he's probably thinking about this a lot more than, let's say, Iwata would have, for that matter. That being said, I think Ocarina of Time will do just fine. And I think will not only sell very well, but I think it's going to move units too. I think you have to look at a few factors here. One, the most obvious one, Zelda's more popular now than it's ever been. By the time this game comes out, we'll likely have seen the first trailer for the live action Zelda movie. We have Breath of the Wild, that's a 30+ million seller. We have Tears of the Kingdom, that's a 20+ million seller. People who did not like Breath of the Wild, for whatever reasons, didn't dive into Tears of the Kingdom. Or people who gave Tears of the Kingdom a second chance, but it wasn't their cup of tea and they want that traditional Zelda, they're going to get that. Diehard Ocarina fans are going to get that. Long-time Zelda fans are going to get that. They're all going to show up. But here's the real zinger. When Nintendo announces that Zelda Anniversary Golden Switch 2 bundle package with Ocarina of Time combined with Switch 2 being the most affordable entry of current consoles on the market this holiday at a time where the cost of living and the cost of luxury items is higher than ever, it's going to be an extremely appealing package. So I think we're going to have killer game sales, and I think we're going to have strong system sales because of this.
Dang.
I think that I think this game's going to do very well. I think the bigger question is, what game's going to move more Switch 2 units? Grand Theft Auto 6 this holiday, or Ocarina of Time?
Oh, interesting.
But no, I think Zelda's going to be just fine. I think it's going to do really well. Again, it's more popular than it's ever been. Guys, we haven't even gotten the lowdown on Zelda's 40th anniversary. I know a lot of people like to say Nintendo forgot the anniversary. They haven't. We never celebrate Zelda's anniversary on Zelda's anniversary. The Mario festivities just came to an end. We just got our very first taste with Ocarina of Time, but there's more to come. Again, the first teaser trailer for the live action movie is going to be hype building. We're going to get a big ass look at Ocarina of Time, which is going to be hype building. We have potential for a tease of the next Zelda game, Zelda merchandise, a Zelda themed console, controllers. Guys, we might be seeing the first look at what's planned for Super Nintendo World at Universal Studios regarding Zelda. There's a lot of hype that's going to be built up around this series. So will Grand Theft Auto cut into numbers a little bit? Yeah, sure. Maybe Ocarina of Time will cut into Grand Theft Auto's numbers as well a little bit. I do think I think there's a separate audience and a shared audience here, and I have no fears about this game landing in November. And it doesn't have to land the same day. It doesn't even have to land the same week. For all we know, Ocarina of Time lands November 8th. I don't know what day of the week that is. I just picked a random day. But maybe it lands November 8th. I think it has zero fears if that were the case. So I'm not worried. I have full confidence in this game.
So just so the audience is clear, you guys obviously know where I stand, and we're all kind of in agreement that there really isn't going to be much of an impact. I will note, guys, that I will bring this question up again next time Kiwi Talks is on. I'm sure he'll be on one more time, at least before Zelda comes out, because you guys know that he vehemently, obviously, is very much on the GTA 6 is going to make anything Nintendo does suffer. So we'll see. Because obviously, since the last time he was on, we had this conversation. Things have happened. We had the whole Summer Game Fest stuff come out. We had all the game lineups and the dates. And what I find interesting that kind of adds to my point on why I don't think Zelda is going to be hurt by GTA 6. There's nothing else going on.
That too, yeah.
It's a ghost town in November. Yeah, and I get that, it's a ghost town because of that one particular game. But I've been making this point the entire time. There are more gamers that want to play games than there are people that are going to buy GTA 6 in November. Because not everyone actually plays GTA 6. And I went over these stats last time about how 45 million of the owners have bought the game more than once and blah, 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 blah. So you see this giant 200 million plus number, but that's not actually the audience size. This thing's been re-released on all these platforms. People have rebought this game sometimes 4 or 5 times. So it's important to remember that, yes, it is going to be probably the biggest video game launch of all time, and maybe it's the world's first $100 standard game. I shouldn't say world's first, because again, we had that back in the 90s, but at least in the 2020s be the world's first, and maybe it is. But I just think all GTA 6 did is help Zelda. It's the only other big name brand releasing that month. It can release the same damn day. GTA 6 literally can't, I said this before, can't buy every commercial slot. It can't buy every single advertising slot at the store. Most stores won't even allow that. It's not going to be interested in advertising it all the same ways. Like Nintendo likes to buy those balls outside of Target and put their shit on it. You don't see a lot of other video game studios do that. There's a lot that goes into this that I think is and now that we've had all these summer events, I only feel even stronger that it's not going to be impacted. Because one, GTA 6 isn't coming to Switch 2 at least day one, as far as we're aware. And so none of the Switch 2 owners are going to give a shit unless they own other platforms. And most Switch 2 owners probably aren't people who are multi-platform gamers. Why? Because we just went over it. Gaming's fucking expensive. Really expensive to buy shit. I'm going to kind of leave it at that because I think that's a good transition to get into our next topic on buying shit, how expensive it is. Thomas Nash wants to bring up because of something we found out Xbox is doing. And yes, I know Xbox is in the news for something else entirely right now, which is very unfortunate. Lots of layoffs going on. We're not going to be addressing that today. That might be a future topic at some point, going over industry layoffs, which seemingly are happening every fucking day. But Stash Man, what are we talking about with this expensiveness of the industry?
Yeah, so lots of stuff going on, obviously, with prices going up and all that. But yeah, I mentioned to the guys earlier in the group chat it was discovered on Xbox's back end that they're working out possibilities for adding a buy now, pay later option. And Asha, she'd said recently, it was within the last 2 weeks, I think it was right before leaving for Summer Game Fest, how Microsoft is looking for creative ways to allow people, to be able to play video game consoles and buy games, right? I immediately thought, this is not good, because I know what this means. And sure enough, that's what it is. It's adding the buy now, pay later option. Now, of course, this isn't 100% new. Retailers do this right now. You see it on a lot of websites as well. You can pay with Klarna, or PayPal is doing the same thing now. And at one point many years ago, one console manufacturer actually teamed with a cell phone company once to offer their products on monthly payment plans. And of course, we've also seen like rental programs and rent to own programs. Those have existed for a long time. There's actual companies that do rent to own just like that. But again, this is all to deal with the reality that video games, specifically the consoles, are getting really, really expensive. Just today, when I was scrolling X, Tim Cook from Apple was just saying, hey, like, we're not immune to all these price increases, and that when the next iPhone comes out, which is presumably going to be in September as usual, like, it's not going to be the same price. It's going to be more expensive. And so, of course, we're seeing it everywhere. And so, yeah, the idea is, okay, well, if all these costs are unavoidable, what do you do? How do you get the consumers in? And in looking back, Switch 2 will be $500 in September, but at one point you could get a Switch 1, the cheapest model, for $200. There was actually a time where Walmart was selling them brand new, the Switch Lites, for like $165, $170. Now, that wasn't like their permanent price, but they were doing it for a long time, long enough for me to notice and send it to people I knew that didn't have a Switch yet. And I said, if you really want one right now and you don't care about setting it up on your TV, like, buy this, because I don't know if it's going to stay here. This is not official. And of course, we have Xbox, Helix, and PS4. Those are on the horizon, and we're supposed to figure out the price between the June 22nd and June 30th. It's supposed to be announced what the price of the Steam machine is going to be. So Steam Next Fest is right now from the 15th to the 22nd. And everything that I've read, and I do believe, we will know the price between the 22nd, 23rd, and the 30th. And that's going to be extremely interesting. I mean, especially after finding out 8 terabyte internal SSD is $3,000 and it's on sale. It's normally $3,600, and they're actually trying to slang that. I don't know if you guys saw that this. It is it's an NVMe. You know, I have one in my PS5, but it's made specifically for PS5. It's got official branding, and $3,600 is the normal price. Like that is the definition of insanity, in my opinion. So this will be really interesting. I talked to Michaela about it because, of course, we worked in finance. She still does. We see everybody's credit reports. You know, I know what the average debt to income ratio looks like in the United States. And, you know, it's abysmal.
terrifying.
It's abysmal. Yeah. I'll kind of share with you what we talked about, and then let's discuss on this. Okay. So I talked to Michaela about video game news. She probably doesn't care most of the time. I don't know if you guys do this with your ladies, but sometimes I just want to talk to somebody and I'll be like, hey, listen to this bullshit. You know what I mean? Like, listen to this shit. And so I sent her that tweet about the buy now, pay later. And look, my immediate reaction was concern around the younger consumers, and of course, normalization of debt for entertainment purposes. But again, what stood out to me is that we're potentially moving beyond financing consoles and into financing digital games, accessories, subscriptions, and who knows what else down the road. And so one of the first things I brought up was credit reporting. So right now, if someone doesn't pay for like Klarna, the PayPal, you know, 4 payments thing, if they don't pay, they can already end up on a credit report through collections, right? But from what we know, from working in mortgage, and again, Michaela still does, I still have people contact me on mortgage related stuff all the time. I'm still very much in the know. I could go start working there tomorrow and doing mortgage again. From what I know, the Klarna and the PayPal is going to start being reported on credit regardless. So right now it's only reported on credit if you don't make the payment. And that has a motion to be changed to where every time you do this for any product you buy, it's going to show up on credit. Right now it doesn't. So like if you go to apply to purchase a home and your debt to income ratio is at like the cusp, which would be probably like 44.9% debt to income ratio to get an FHA loan, which would be the easiest loan to get. You could have the lowest credit score at that. Right now, it doesn't show any of that, but it's going to. So if you have all these Klarna stuff out for like Xbox games, an Xbox console, and that stops you from being able to buy a house, this is going to be insane. Because the thing is people are still going to game. I do believe that regardless of like how much it goes up in price, people are still going to play video games. But I think with this Klarna, people are going to justify it. Like if I can go on the Xbox shop and there's a game for $70 and it says, you know, $17.50 today. And, you know, in 2 weeks from now, just pay another $17.50. And then, you know, in 3 weeks, one more time, and then your fourth payment. Knowing what I know about people's DTIs, that shit is not getting paid. People are going to buy games for $17.50. They will not pay the rest of it. and that'll hit their credit report, and it's going to be really, really ugly when people get declined to buy a house, or they get declined for a loan, a car loan, whatever it is, because you want to buy a video game. And the problem with all of this, again, I was telling Michaela this, is that if Xbox does it, that means Sony's going to have to do it. Because if Xbox does it and it works, and now more people are hypothetically buying into that, Sony's got to do the same thing. Shareholders are going to want them to do the same thing. So then they go do the same thing. Then what happens? Is Steam going to do it? Can I finance Steam games on the next Steam sale? This has a very scary potential to be able to put like a video game on a payment plan. And obviously right now you can do that with consoles. But to be able to do it digitally from your house, from the eShop, from the PlayStation Store. Now I mentioned to her too, I don't know if Nintendo would do this. I'm not sure they would. But Microsoft, 100%, this is something that's in their playbook, and Sony would follow suit. They would have to. But then what happens if it turns into battle passes and skins and cosmetics and microtransactions and other digital purchases? Like, that's the part that I think is insanely concerning. And so I got to hear your guys' thoughts on this. What do you think about this?
I'll go first. It's interesting because obviously Klarna and all these other like payment options, they exist anyways today at pretty much most major retailers. People are already today using it to buy video games, using it to buy consoles and stuff like that. I know this. I know people who have done it. Hell, I've done it before. And I think for the most part, if you're a fiscally responsible person, you in general don't ever need to use these programs. But if you felt like you wanted to use one for some reason, like I did, technically the last time I used a program like this was for my Zelda Lego set. But I knew I could make the payments. It was once a month for 3 months. I knew what the payment was. Yeah, I can make the payment. Not a big deal. I think a lot of people that like that Stash brings up that like, yo, man, imagine you can't buy a house because of your Klarna thing. Well, I'm telling you, if that's the reason you can't buy it, you're probably not good with money in general. So there's probably other reasons.
Well, most people aren't.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Knowing what I know.
Yeah. Like so like the Klarna thing, it's just another thing on the list of that was probably going to get you denied anyways for other bad financial decisions you made. Because if you're at the point that you're buying video games through a digital shop or Klarna, then you've made a lot of other series of bad financial choices before you got to the point that you decided I'm going to be spending digital currency.
Exactly. It shouldn't be a problem to buy $80 Kirby Air Riders. That's what I'm saying, man. If you're managing your money correctly, it's going to be A-okay, buddy.
Yeah, right.
I think my biggest concern, and I was trying to explain this to Michaela too, because she's like, you could buy games right now, like at the store. I'm like, yeah, no, I know that, babe, but like 95% of games sold are digital. I said, I'm talking about it on the digital storefront, meaning absolute convenience right there.
Right.
All you have to do is press a button. You don't have to get in the car. No one has to drive you. You get it right now, instant gratification. That's the scary part.
The thing that I think is funny though is like I can't speak for everybody, right? But in terms of like how I would purchase something that's digital, right? Because it's right there on the storefront. It would be because it was like on my wish list and went on sale. Like it's because there would be, they always have like the Skywalker Saga always goes on sale for like $3 on the eShop. And I keep it on the wish list just to see how low it's eventually going to go. Cause I know damn well one day it's going to be $199. And that's the day I finally do it. But until then, I don't want to play Skywalker Saga that badly on my Switch 2. So I'm not going to click the button. And so, yeah, I'm in complete agreement with what Prime was saying. I feel like if your concern is like, oh my God, I need to save money for a house. I got to save money for a wedding. I got to save money for like, my kids. There's things that are way more important than buying video games. I feel like,
yeah, like
what you're
what?
saving money for. Like literally everything else. And I'm saying that as somebody who like does video games for a living, right? Like I feel like it is a slippery slope, like you were mentioning, Stash, right? Where like it's the convenience of it all, right? Is what's going to, cause people to make that impulse buy. But I also feel like have a little self-restraint, man. Like just have a little self-restraint and just maybe hold off from buying that video game that you really, really feel like you need to buy if you're in a situation in which that $5 or $10 or $15 could really make a difference somewhere else, right? Like if it really is down to the fact that like you can't pay your electricity bill or you're buying a video game, well, that's tough shit. You got to pay your electricity bill because how the hell are you going to play your video game, dummy? Like you know what I mean? Like you need the electricity, so it is what it is. It's a no-brainer for me.
Just be on a game buying freeze like me. I haven't spent a dime on video games all year.
Yeah, me neither, but it's a different situation. Hashtag free game, hashtag free product. So yeah.
Fuck you, Rod.
I guess
I had to do it. As soon as you said it, I had to do it.
My concern, like coming from the background, right, of working in finance, is that, again, I've seen adults debt to income ratios. I've seen people refinance their home just so they can consolidate their debt. People who have great jobs, great careers, make healthy six figures, and they have, when we need to pay off their debt, we need to get a credit statement from them for each piece of debt we're paying off. I've seen literally, and this is not like a one-off scenario, people have 40, 50 lines of credit just in massive amounts of debt.
I'm saying,
department store
though?
credit cards with rates that are 27%, 35%. And like, you'll see people that you see their occupation and you're just like, what went wrong here?
I mean, you hit the nail on the head. Yeah. What went wrong here? I think that's the question.
But that's the majority. This is the majority, not the minority. And again, like, I wish I could like show you guys inside my brain and you could see everything.
I
seen.
believe
It's
you
just
completely.
Like,
I know.
it's ugly. Yeah. So I'm just like, oh, this is great. Like, this isn't going to help is my whole thing. Like, yeah, I get it. Xbox wants to figure out ways to get people's money. And I just feel like this is a really bad answer.
Well, also, the other answer is don't play Xbox. Honestly, Xbox kind of sucks anyway, so it's fine. That's the other answer to it too. You're on a Nintendo podcast. I feel
That's
like
a sinking
people
ship.
are worried about buying Xbox. That's what I'm saying. Exactly.
I'll just add that I think when it comes to any of this stuff, the answer is, it feels weird saying this, but government regulation, not allowing people to borrow money for digital purchases. It should be a law.
They won't ever.
I also agree that should be. There should be at least some type of restriction on it to stop people who have like addictive personalities who literally can't help it.
They love those people.
Which is crazy.
You make the economy work.
Yeah.
You literally feed the economy. This is why in high school, they don't teach you shit about managing money. It's by design.
Yeah.
Without people like that, what would happen to the economy? They need you.
That's true.
To spend your money on bullshit. So it's all by design. That's why there would never be any regulations. They love people like that. So it sucks. That's why it's like, this isn't good. I could just see it spiraling.
Yeah, I think it all just depends on how it's implemented. Like, if they only allow it for console purchases, then it's literally no different than what's already out there.
No different.
At every retailer. And if that's the case, then they're just letting you buy direct from them instead so they get the money. Look, I don't think it is what it is. Like, what are you going to do? I think the game purchases and like subscription stuff, like that's where you have to be like, no, we're not going to allow that. So like, until we know that, like, if they do that, like what Stash is worried about, that's a whole different
ball game. Yeah.
Now you're getting Now you're getting into where kids are going to be seeing that button to buy.
See, and I think that's the
That's
issue.
the concern.
But
I don't care about the adults. You do you, but
it's
kids.
do whatever the fuck you want. Yeah.
That
But
also
isn't
comes
that-
down to it too, though, where you're saying that about the kids. It's like I would feel bad for the kid, but at the same time, like I don't feel bad for the adult that's going to then have to pay for that. If you're not watching your kid and you're sitting there and it's like, oh, I spent $500 on a Fortnite skin. It's like maybe you should have been watching your kid then. Maybe you should have been playing Fortnite with your kid instead of sitting your ass down and having him go play Fortnite and not watching your child that you chose to have. So I'm sorry.
They'll
buddy.
be paying
It is what it
interest
is.
on that. They'll be paying interest on that Batman skin for the next 3 years.
Exactly. Right.
Yeah,
Exactly.
So
No, that
yeah, that's the scary part. But I think if you're on the other side, the hope is that the kids see it and are enticed by it. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, my big thing is as long as it's not allowed on the shops or stuff like that, and it's only accessible through the website. If you want to go direct buy a console, then I think that's fine. Because let's just be honest, we're not having a lot of 10-year-olds running around with $500 or I guess what is it now, like $900 to buy the top end consoles these days. They're not walking around with that kind of money, regardless, right? So, like, for anyone even considering a purchase like that, you're probably an adult. But in terms of the games and stuff like that, the reason I don't want it on the shop isn't because, like, obviously proper parental controls and all that. Yeah, my kids can't buy jack shit on the eShop. But if they constantly have that showed to them, it's ingraining in their mind this idea that once they're free of the shackles of their parents, I could just get this without paying that money right now. And it's like it's setting that precedent in their mind.
That's the thing.
That I don't want them to think about spending money you don't have when you're a kid. Even though as adults, we've all done it for various different reasons.
Of course.
But we're adults and we choose to sacrifice what we sacrifice for whatever. Kids are easily, manipulated into thinking that things should just be free or now or instant. And this is one of those things that would encourage that, regardless if they never got to use it, they just got to see it their whole childhood of, buy now, pay later.
Well, there's also going to be parents who don't know that sort of stuff exists on a video game console who are buying consoles for their kids. I mean, I know for a lot of people it might feel obvious, but we're also talking about a population that bought the hell out of the Xbox. What was it? The Xbox One X when this everyone started ordering them, thinking it was the Xbox Series X.
Yep.
So there's going to be people who are just like parents who just think they're buying their kids Nintendos or PlayStations or Xboxes without any thoughts of like, oh, I need to put parental controls. That way, once I buy a game, my credit card's not saved in there and they can make Klarna purchases or whatever.
It actually shocks me to this day how many parents, when they buy electronic, the first thing that doesn't go through their mind is, hey, let me go look at the parental controls quick.
So literally, like maybe first thing on your mind if you got a kid.
Yeah, literally it's the very first thing I think about with any device that has any electricity running through it at all. I don't care if it's just tickle me fucking Elmo. I want to be looking to make sure there ain't some bullshit going on.
Parental controls.
I don't need it in the middle of the night to be A, B, C, D, E, F, G. I will kill your family. Okay, I need to see what's going on.
Speak and spell, damn it.
Yeah, I know. Speak and spell.
That is crazy.
I think it's confusing, and like I have an example literally from last night. But my cousin Rylan, who's 10, I was asked, should we get her a Switch 1 for her birthday? Of course, I was like, well, Switch 2. And of course, ended up getting a Switch 2. So talk to me about getting a Switch 2. And so her mom is setting it up, Stephanie. And they bought Just Dance. And they bought Fortnite. Okay. Bought it from the store. They're connected to the internet. They put in the code for Just Dance. They get the game. They put in the code for Fortnite. They get nothing. They call me up to talk about it, figure out how to do it. So of course, I had to make sure you guys are connected to the internet, right? Gotta ask.
Basic, yeah.
And so she's like, well, it's just like this piece of paper, like in a box. I'm like, okay. I'm like, so she's like, is this what they do now? Like, she's like, I haven't owned, video game consoles since like the GameCube era. So is this like what they do? I'm like, no. This is a very rare example. She's like, well, the Just Dance was paper too. I'm like, I know. I said, look, like 95% of the games are cartridge. Like I'm not even going to talk to her about key cards, right? I just say 95% is a cartridge. So you just happen to choose the 5% that is a piece of paper in the box. So they couldn't understand why Fortnite wouldn't appear. And I had to tell her, like, Fortnite's a free game. So that piece of paper that you bought, so that's for in-game currency. That's V-Bucks. That's why it's not appearing, and that's why it said it accepted the code, but the game's not appearing. The game's free. You just need to go to the shop, download. I said, make sure you get the one with the Switch 2 banner for Fortnite. And then when you load up the game, it'll have your V-Bucks in there. And she's like, so I just bought currency? That's what this box is? I'm like, yeah, unfortunately. And she was so pissed. And it's like, that's the thing, man, is that like, I was a parent to know that. She hasn't bought a console. She's a few years younger than me. She hasn't bought a console, though, since the GameCube era. How's a parent to know that? I'm sure the people at the store don't even know that. I mean, people at the store don't know shit. I
was going to say, they definitely don't.
They don't know jack shit.
Yeah.
So it's interesting. Because I think it's tough. I think it's tough for parents to figure out that some of that electronic stuff when it comes to gaming consoles, let alone parental options, all that stuff. And the thing is, again, with that Klarna, the kids will see it and they'll see, oh, I could play this right now for $17.50. Or if it's a $40 game, I could play right now for $10. I mean, that's what it says. That's how it works, right? And again, it's just that programming at a young age. So that was where my head went when I was talking to Michaela about it. I'm like, like if they're doing it for consoles, like they're already doing that in the store. So like, I don't think that moves the needle for you to do that from the Microsoft store. Nobody cares. They'll just go to Best Buy or whatever. But if you start doing it digitally for like games and controllers and shit, that's not going to be good.
No.
We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. It'll be interesting.
Like it's Microsoft, so like, I mean,
like if anyone's gonna do it, it's them.
It's them or Apple or some shit,
Yeah, that's why I'm interested because I think they might do it. If they get real desperate, they're gonna do it.
It's interesting because I know there's also the rumors that hey, they're just gonna sell off the whole division, which I mean, okay, it's been floating up there for a while that might happen. Yeah, I think it's an interesting situation. As an adult with adult money, look, I never really care about payment options, regardless of how terrible they might be. I'm an adult; it's my decision, right? But yeah, from the kid perspective, my kids aren't even really aware that these things exist. That you can, that you can buy now, pay later. Like they're not even aware that that's a thing. And I would like them to be as unaware of it for as long as possible until we're ready to have a better financial conversation. I think the one thing when these stories come up remind me as a parent, it's like, parents, don't forget that, parenting doesn't stop at just feeding them, clothing them, and giving them a place to sleep.
Right.
You have to raise them. School ain't going to teach them everything they need to know for life. Now, it's going to teach them a lot of things. As we learned with COVID, and I learned firsthand, yeah, school's really good at teaching your kids a lot of things that you suck at teaching them. And that's reality. But the school isn't going to teach them everything they need to know to be an adult, such as managing finances, such as balancing a fucking checkbook, such a basic thing to think about that I'd argue most of America probably doesn't even know how to balance a fucking checkbook.
They don't.
And that's fine. I don't really even use a traditional checkbook anymore.
Not yet. Nobody does.
But I pay attention. I know where my money's going and what's coming out and what's coming out when.
Sure.
You get it. It's when you get that surprise charge that you're like, why the fuck did I not write that one down?
Yeah, where'd this come from?
That's the one that gets me off guard. It's like, oh, a charge from the school. Well, shit. I didn't realize I owed the school money right now. Fuck. But yeah, no. So I'm not against options. I feel like there just has to be a way to not let kids see it. And I know, one nice thing we are seeing, and this is mostly thanks to the UK, is we have seen a lot of regulations coming up in the UK to try to protect kids from different predatory practices. And those end up getting just adopted worldwide because it's easier for these really massive companies to just have one policy for the whole world instead of trying to like change it for everywhere. That's why you see Apple now with USB-C and everything. It's not because they have to anywhere but Europe. It's because since they have to, it's cheaper for them to just make one product and do it one way for the whole world. So, that's one nice thing is I do think that if this did get implemented, I do feel like this would end up at the regulatory boards in Europe pretty quick, showing a predatory practice to a child every time they load up a shop to buy something. But I also just get reminded, guys, that parenting out there, you guys just got to be good parents. It is what it is. You got to stay on top of things. You got to be aware of things. Don't be afraid to have difficult conversations with your kids. Teach them about finances. Hell, you don't be embarrassed to use your own fucking mistakes you've made with finances in your life to help teach your kids. There's no better learner than experience. Your kids can be like, oh, you just keep saying that. No, buddy, I have made this mistake. I have fucked up, and here's how it fucked up my life. And I don't want that to happen to you. And no, maybe all of you guys are responsible with your money and you don't have any of those fuck ups in your life. And that's totally fine. I have some in my life that I use for examples for my kids because, hey, no one taught me. I didn't have a single financial class growing up until my senior year of high school. And the financial class they had was accounting. And you might think, well, great, that's a no, I don't teach you shit. Dude, I was learning how to balance a corporate accounting book. What that has to do with personal finances is fuck all. So yeah, you're right. I could balance. You could hire me at Microsoft and I could balance your fucking payroll. But they ain't teaching me life skills for balancing my own shit, So I knew nothing and made a ton of mistakes in my 20s that I'm still paying for to this day. And I use that as an example to my kids. Hey, it wasn't until 2 years ago that I could buy a car without a cosigner. Do you understand? Like, that's a big fucking deal and how hard I had to work to get back to that point. Like, yeah,
that's the concern.
So you're almost fucking 40 to get a loan without someone helping you.
Yeah.
That's the concern is that, you turn 18 and then you could say, oh yeah, I'm going to buy that shit for $17 and I'm going to buy this, this, and this, and this. And then before you know it, you're having to deal with credit stuff because you didn't know any better. Because, again, the schools don't teach you.
Right. They don't teach you exactly because they want to keep them that way. Yeah.
All the auto payments come out. Now your rent check is bouncing. Everything else is bouncing and you're fucked.
Yeah.
It loops back around to the fact that, like you just mentioned too, right? That's something you want to instill in your kids. I think, again, that's what it all comes down to for every generation, right? Is for their parents to be like, hey, this is what you should do and what you shouldn't do. And obviously not everybody is that lucky to have good parents that can instill that in them. But, the most we can hope for is that people make the right decisions. And it's a terrible situation overall. Like I said, I think if we've taken one thing from this entire situation, though, it's just my Xbox sucks. Play Nintendo instead.
Wow. Well, I'm gonna let him have those words. I don't counsel, but literally use an Xbox every day. It'd be kind of ironic if I said fuck Xbox.
I mean,
look, I use my PlayStation for that. If I'm doing my Honkai game, Honkai's not even on Xbox, I don't think. Genshin is. I don't think Honkai is.
It's just because of Game Pass. Yulia uses it.
That's of course, yeah. That opens up a whole nother conversation, though. I feel like, you look at the state of the industry right now and like all the closures of all the studios that now Xbox is shutting down. And it's like, a lot of that I think comes from the fact that like people do have Game Pass and it's a great deal for the consumers. But at the same time, you then run into the issue on the opposite side of the spectrum where people complain about the prices of Nintendo games. It's like, yeah, well, the reason those prices are expensive is so they can actually pay out those developers to continue making titles that you enjoy. Whereas like if, these companies cut deals with Xbox and Xbox then buys these companies and then those games go day one on Game Pass, guess what? These games that even if they are, they have player bases of like 2 million, 3 million, it doesn't matter because the game was included with their Xbox account. You know, it was like they have Game Pass and they go, great, I'll just play it now. I'm not going to actually buy the game. And then that deal that they cut to get that game on Game Pass immediately is going to mess it up for the company. And it's just an endless cycle, you know, and then they buy up these companies. It's terrible.
So what they need to do then,
multi-plat, and that ruined their brand image by going multi-plat to get more.
And
sales.
now what are they doing? Exactly, they're going back to doing more exclusives,
back on everything.
which in one way I think is good because the competition is good to have those exclusives. But on another thing, it's like you kind of already did the damage in the first place, you know.
So what they need to do to alleviate some of that financial stress is add Klarna as an option for your Xbox subscriptions.
Right.
Yeah.
It's crazy, man.
What the fuck?
Then you're making payments on a reoccurring payment.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
It's brilliant.
Anyone else want to get some words in on this one?
I don't know. I'll just say this. I found it interesting. I was talking to someone the other day, how he was like, "Oh, everything's going up in price. You have to future-proof your hardware." And I never like heard of that concept until recently, because I was like telling him, I was like, "Oh, my friend like sold me his his old GPU, and I got it for a good price." And he was like, "Yeah, like no one can upgrade their PCs anymore. No one can like buy new consoles anymore. Games are going up in price. So like remember to future-proof your hardware so you don't have to buy anything for like the next however many years." And I was like, that's such a insane concept to me. Like it's kind of sad, but that's where we are, I guess.
Yeah.
And I remember last year when with the advent of $80 games, I was like, yeah, no more day one games unless I know I'm going to like actually play it. Because sometimes I look at my backlog shelf and I'm like, these games that I haven't played, which remind me that I don't need to buy more games, can last me upwards of like half a decade if I want to, honestly.
Right.
Yeah. So like even next year with like all these amazing RPGs coming out, I'm like, which ones do I want to prioritize? Which ones am I going to skip out on? Because like even this year, their games are like, oh, that looks good, but I'm just gonna probably borrow it from my friend who has a PS5 as well. I could just borrow Wolverine from him if I don't want to spend like the $70. And I'm like, hey, that saves me money, and like that's the good thing about physical games. So I'm just glad I'm just glad I have friends locally who also have physical games. And like, yeah, if you have friends who like physical games, borrow their games if they're willing to do that.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So it's a good way to save money on games that you may not want to like add to your collection.
If your console has a disc drive, that is
important. Yeah.
You know, Charles on Twitter. He's messaged all of us before. He asked me in April if he should buy a Legion Go 2 or a ROG Ally Xbox X, right? And I gave him an answer. He asked me yesterday, should I buy a Legion Go 2 or a One X Player 3? I had to look up what that was. But I told him I wouldn't buy either right now. And he said, why not? And it's because prices have gone up since you asked me if you should buy the Legion Go 2 back in April. It's actually went up by like $500, $400 to $650, depending on the model. But I just said it. I'd save the money, buy games for the systems you already own, enjoy and complete. That is the key word. Complete those games. Beat the games that you play. And then take an honest look at your backlog. Take a look in the mirror. Take a look at the backlog. Be honest with yourself. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't need to go buy this shit.
FOMO is a real thing. Like, I know a lot of people who are in the middle of like playing so many other games, and they're like, oh, I just want to like play it day one. I want to play this game day one. And I'm like, what extra additional benefit are you going to get from playing it day one? And then you might play it day one, and then you might just like never play it ever again. So I'm like,
depending on the game, I'll say this. There's one thing about day one. It's just something that I've noticed with some of my favorite games that I'm going to get day one regardless.
Oh, yeah.
Online community.
Yeah.
There is like an online community aspect around.
Yeah. If it's a game you're looking forward to, then definitely like the day one weekend is like indescribable. It's so much fun.
I get that. I actually get the desire of day one. Yes, there's a FOMO. Obviously, FOMO plays a huge part in that. But let's be honest, it's really fun. You know, when there's a lot of excitement or hype for a great game that's new, it's a lot of fun being a part of that conversation. And, you know, since I've been on this podcast, I've felt more pressure to be day one on more games than ever before. You know what I mean? Not from you guys. Not that I've had pressure like, oh, you need to go out and buy this.
It's crazy you say that because like I literally haven't bought a single game all year.
And I get that. I get that.
That's smart.
But I always think about like, you know, like, oh, when this game comes out, I want to be able to, you know, share my feedback. I want to be a part of that conversation. I want to talk about the highs and lows, the things I loved, where I think the series could go from here. And I know you can get some of that from reviews and watching Let's Plays and stuff. And, you know, there's the spoiler side of that. But I don't know, being part of the conversation is part of the fun. Like when we get together and are sharing our thoughts on Star Fox that's coming out, you know, just around the corner, or Ocarina of Time for that matter, like it's going to be so fun to be able to take that trip down memory lane, but today with all of you guys. So conversation is, for me, is a big part of it. That adds another level of pressure. I don't know if anyone else feels the same. I like being part of the conversation.
You're looking forward to. It's like a second to none experience. I remember Tears of the Kingdom. That weekend, I did the midnight release.
Oh, it was the best.
And I came back home at 1 a.m. I did the Great Sky Island, slept at 4 a.m., then woke up the next day, started playing again. And then my friend was visiting me that day. So he was watching me play. And then we went out to dinner, got Panda Express, got a 6-pack of beers, came back to my house, and stayed up the whole night playing it. And my friends
after
were like,
eating
how
Panda,
do you like do this? How do you like move these things around? And I was like,
yeah, to be young.
Oh yeah, It was incredible. It was incredible. It was a fun time. And even Xenoblade 3. I remember Xenoblade 3. This was incredible. I called off of work that Friday, so Thursday night I got the game digital. So I wanted to play it immediately, and then by the end of that Sunday evening, I was already done with chapter 3, and that was like 30 hours in a weekend. I was just binging, and oh my god. And I was just like texting my friends, like, "Oh, I got to this part and this part." It was incredible.
Exactly. And I'll never forget when Switch 1 came out, being there at GameStop, waiting to getting my Switch 1 at launch with Breath of the Wild, racing home, getting lost in the game for probably all night, to be honest. I don't remember. But then all those phone calls the next day with all my friends who are also picked up their Switches and lost their night in that world, and be like talking about like, oh, I went over here and I did this, and like, what, you went over there first? I was in the desert, and just like being part of the conversation is, I don't know, it's part of the story. It's part of the magic. It takes you back to the schoolyard when you'd go to school and be talking about your video game experiences with friends and learning about secrets with friends in a way that you don't quite get as much anymore because of the internet and spoilers and all that crap. But
you bring up a really good point. I just want to say, like, I think you're dead on. You guys are dead on about that. There's totally something to be said about the launch day excitement. And again, like if you're looking forward to a game for a long time, you know, you should really have your ducks in a row. If you've known this was coming for sometimes years, many years, right? Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years, you've known this was coming. You've had all the time in the world to make sure you're ready for this day. Just like when you take a day off for work, you know, like I would, when I stopped working in mortgage, when I cashed out my PTO, I won't even say the number, but it was ridiculous. And it's because I never used it. The only time I used it was for Switch when it launched, Tears, and PS5 launch. Was it? But that's the thing. I have it. It was ready to go. I knew what I was going to be doing. And you look forward to it.
Yep.
And everything works out if you do it that way. I mean,
I don't know about
obviously-
you guys. Sorry, Stash. Continue.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say I don't know about you guys, but I appreciate you saying getting your ducks in a row. I know you've said that before. You said that before Switch 2 was coming out.
You remember
did your,
that?
like your guide for Switch launch that you went over was awesome.
Yeah, get everything done, man. Get all the chores done. Don't be thinking about anything else. So you
Yeah.
can just focus on.
It's honestly good.
what you've
That's
been
good
waiting for.
advice too.
It's
Yeah.
such good advice, and I'm telling you right now, I'm already getting my ducks in a row for September this year
Jeez.
because there are 2 games
Sick.
that I have to play in September. Like I have to play them. They're two of my most anticipated games of the year that are only beaten out by Ocarina of Time, and that's Onimusha and Fire Emblem.
Yeah.
And so those are 2 that I'll be there day one. Period. The problem is there's like 30 other games that month that
There's
are
Wolverine the
really
week before
really
those.
want to play.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me
Wolverine a
ask
week
you this.
before, Trails in the Sky the same day.
Yep. Insane. And
Yeah.
Controls in September.
Oh yeah,
Si-
Control September, yeah.
Okay,
Insane.
look. On the 24th, it's Control, Dragon Quest, 11 Switch 2 Edition, Hell is Us Switch 2, Silent Hill Townfall, and Onimusha all on the 24th. But there's one more game. Roger, I got to ask you if you played this at Summer Game Fest. Did you play
Let's
Hot
hear it.
Wheels?
I did not. That was actually one of the few games that I did not get a chance to try, but I wanted to. How was it?
Dude, it's so good. And I'm like, it's coming out on the 24th, and I'm like, you got to be kidding me. Because like I know everyone's picking up Silent Hill or Onimusha, and I'm like, oh my god, dude, this game might get slept on, and like that would be a big mistake. It's like Forza, but it's Hot Wheels, but it's actually in the Hot Wheels like playset worlds. It looks like almost like a diorama. It's super cool.
Does it have a bunch of other like licensed cars in it and stuff, or is
Oh,
it just
yeah.
like generic? Oh, see, I got to check that out.
Yeah, and I kind of talked to him about future vehicles like coming into the game that are licensed, like the DeLorean,
Batman
Ghostbusters, like
89.
all that stuff. And yeah, that's the plan. So at any rate, yeah, the 24th, dude, it's nuts. But then on top of that, again, no one's even looking at Hot Wheels unless they played it. And then they're like, dude, this game's the shit. Because everyone I talked to who played it was like, oh my God, how are we going to do this? How are we going to do the 24th? Like, I don't know. And they're probably all going to send review codes at the same time.
Probably,
Yep.
yeah.
As if you
So
don't know, all these games are coming out on the day you picked.
Yeah, I think it's the 17th that Fire Emblem is. I remember there was like rumors that it's the 17th. There was like rumors Fire Emblem would be September, and all the Trails fans were like, please, anything but September, put it in August. Put it into August, just get it out of that September month. And not only is it in September, but it's on the exact same day as Trail second chapter. So that's hilarious.
Exclusive. Yep.
Yeah, one of my other
And-
friends, she's a huge Trails fan, but then she's also excited for Fire Emblem, and I'm like, you're screwed. Both of those massive RPGs coming out on the same day. Yeah.
Well, and then the next day is Lego Batman on Switch 2.
Oh
on the
my
18th.
god. Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah, it's just like it's insane the amount of games coming out from like the 15th to the 18th just on my list is roughly 10 games. And like Marvel's Wolverine's in there. Another Eden Begins, which is probably another
Oh.
RPG that your friend should have on her list. I presume she does.
I forgot that September. Oh my god.
Yeah, dude, it's that's
There's
why I
just
keep
too
this
much
Excel
coming out,
file
man.
everywhere I
There
go.
really
Google
is
Sheets,
genuinely too much.
Yeah,
is gross.
and going back to like the previous topic, Prime made a lot of really good points about how there's really no competition for Ocarina of Time other than Grand Theft Auto because nothing else is releasing that month. And I almost feel like, I'll be honest, as scary for like AAA third party as Grand Theft Auto is, I feel like I'd be more confident releasing in early November than releasing on the same day as 3 or 4 other AAA games. Like to me, that sounds way crazier. If I was making the decision, I'm like, okay, we have 90 games coming out in September, and we have 2 games coming out in November. Maybe we can choose like a beginning week or an end week.
Yeah, look, the fear is understandable, but if everyone makes the same fucking decision, then you're just cannibalizing each other all over again in a different month.
Listen to this.
I'll go as far to say as I think it'd probably be less risky to launch first week of December than it's in September at this point. It's so packed.
So from November 5th to the end of the year, as of right now, and again, I keep this list updated. There's 6 games coming out from November 5th. It's
oh my god,
it's Crime Light, which is probably not on anyone's list, but it's on mine. Metaphor Refantasio for Switch 2.
Of course.
SpongeBob SquarePants Titans of the Tide is releasing on the 18th, one day before GTA. And then it's Dragon Quest Monsters The Wither, which I'm excited for, and Xenoblade 3 Definitive Edition, and that's it. So
too much.
Yeah, and GTA. So from November 5th. Oh god. So for 60 days, basically, there's 6 games scheduled to come out.
Nothing super major scheduled.
Yeah, and nothing big. Yeah.
So yeah, as I said in the prior topic, Ocarina of Time, I think it's going to be just fun because there's literally fucking nothing else going on.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sorry, not everyone wants to play GTA. Believe it or not, there's more people who won't be playing GTA this holiday than will be.
It feels like the perfect time to release it.
I don't know if I said I don't think I got to say this in the last topic about Ocarina of Time, but there is a lot of times where 2 games are released on the same day, and it's like a kind of event where it's like, oh, they're both released. It's like a Barbenheimer in the movie theaters, where like Oppenheimer and Barbie are in the movie theaters the same day. I remember the big ones that I remember were Animal Crossing and Doom Eternal on the same day, and then Spider-Man 2 and Mario Wonder on the same day. I
want Ocarina of Time to go same day so bad.
I think they might deliberately do it on the same day or the same week, and it'll help both games. People will be talking about it. It'll help in marketing. We'll be talking about it, and we'll get the word out.
It was a Thursday when they usually release on Fridays, and Nintendo releases on Thursday. This all works out, guys.
Yeah,
November 19th. Line it up.
The word of mouth is going to be insane.
Let's have a Barbenheimer moment.
Yeah,
the same day might be really cool.
It'll be like the gaming event of all time. Like the word of mouth is like a lot of people are already saying the Ocarina of Time trailer like broke past like the gaming sphere, and a lot of like people outside of gaming are like, oh my god, I just saw that they're doing a remake of Zelda 64. Like a lot of my brother-in-law's friends still call it Zelda 64, and they're like, oh my god, they're doing a remake of this game. No way.
I love that, by the way.
Zelda 64. And like they're not even like locked into gaming news. Like those people are gonna be like, oh my god, GTA 6 and this Zelda remake are coming out on the same day.
If you're a Zelda fan and you love midnight launches, you want it to be the same day because it guarantees you will have a midnight launch for Zelda.
Yep.
Yeah.
Darren fucking
that's
Pete.
true.
Especially if they do that console bundle, I'm telling you, if there's a Zelda themed Switch 2, Golden Switch 2, whatever it looks like, that's going to be a huge deal.
It's like, perfect for Black Friday.
Yeah,
you know, the Black Friday is the following week. You're not releasing on that Thursday. It's Thanksgiving. You know what I mean? Like the 19th is kind of where it's at. Like if you wanted to launch Zelda and
great time,
a 40th anniversary console on the 19th, a week before Black Friday, yeah, that's money.
And going back to what you guys were saying earlier too, you know, the example of how people outside of the sphere don't know about it, right? The morning of Summer Game Fest, just as a fun little anecdote, I was actually at the dentist. I had like my weekly, not my weekly, excuse me, but like my quarterly cleaning, you know. And when I went, I was talking to my dentist, and he was like, so, you know, seems like you're gonna have a pretty busy day today. What are you doing? I said, well, I'm going to Summer Game Fest. It's this big video game thing. And he literally was like, do you think there's gonna be anything Zelda related? And I was like, well, there are rumors about Ocarina being remade, and literally exactly what you just said, Game Bird. He was like, you mean Zelda 64? So it is. It's definitely reaching outside of our circles, and people are getting pretty hyped about it, which is cool.
That's awesome. All right, let's slip into the Q&A a bit here and just get this out of the way. Bing, bang, boom. Steak just was a member for 8 months. Thank you so much, Steak. Jimzo comes in and says, so yesterday on Gamebird Classic stream, we had a fake Nintendo Prime account. We heard about this. I only heard about it. I don't actually know what happened.
Fake Nintendo Prime account? What do you mean?
Yeah, someone pretending to be me tried to trick everyone, but the dude got hawked by the moderator.
We created some new terms on the live stream last night, but I gotta say, I want to take a little moment to say something. I didn't know that you haven't been doing some live streams, Prime, and so I did my live stream last night, and the gates of hell opened, and creatures of pestilence and decay crawled out of the abyss and found their way into my channel. And
the
it's
swamp
so
deck
wild.
was unleashed.
Yeah, it's so wild to see such like disturbing, gnarly trolls hopping into a YouTube channel.
Then they do it to me.
Yeah, but hopping into a YouTube channel where the YouTuber barely has 3,000 subscribers. You know, I average around 30 viewers when I do a live stream. So I'm a small-time creator. I'm a small-time channel. I've barely built a little bit of a community. So to see people come in and bring such like vile I'll be honest, there's some pretty despicable stuff. And I know you deal with this all the time, but it's just crazy to me that you take the night off. I'm not exaggerating. The gates of hell opened and unleashed. It was like the Armageddon in my chat for a while, but luckily great people in chat, hawking people out of there, putting them in the bird box, never to be seen again. So
yes, sorry about that. I wasn't live, so they all went to you.
I know.
I'm serious. I deal with that shit every night. So like,
but it was weird because they were super chatting and like trashing me.
Yes.
They were like paying me to trash me.
Dude,
that happens all the time.
I had someone super chat threatening to kill my kid before. Like, dude, it's wild.
Crap.
It happens, man. I know. There's like it's literally every single stream. It happens at least once. Someone is like, I hope you die, or like fall in a volcano or something. It happens.
Gnarly. It was quite the experience. That was a first for me. So
yeah, it happens.
I'm like, what the hell? I've got 3,000 subs. What's happening right now?
Yeah, my mods know what's up. They've dealt with all of this crazy crap. Let me see. Demonic Brawler says 2 years already. 24-month member. Look at that. Hell yeah.
That's insane. Hell yeah.
Of course. Have to. Keep tradition alive. Bring back NFL Blitz, NBA Jam, and NHL hits. Let's go.
I wore my Jam shirt out at Summer Game Fest to try and put that out in the world, by the way.
There you go. Jimzo became a member on 2 different channels. I'm assuming, obviously, Bird and Stash. I assume. I could be wrong. Memberships are...
Yes.
No, wait, no. I don't think our memberships are on the Clips channel. Okay, so it could be a Clips channel membership, potentially, as well. I have no idea. Demonic Brawler, though, went around and gifted people a member. So gifted Stash a member over there. Gifted Stash another member. And gifted Gamebird a couple members as well.
Cheers, brother. Appreciate you.
And Demonic Brawler does $2. Says everybody remember to like the stream. We always appreciate that, guys. We don't say it very often. We also, if you're listening to the audio version, we do appreciate likes and shares of that version as well. All right. Jex Effie says RPGs are my favorite genre, but I had trouble getting into Xenoblade Chronicles 1 on the Wii. How would you recommend trying to make another attempt to get into it?
Play the Switch 2 edition. I'm telling you, it's like incredible. It's 60 FPS. It has all of the future connected stuff. It is so good. It is literally one of the best games I think that's currently available on the system. I'm telling you, give it another try. It's so good.
Yeah, I will say Xenoblade 1, especially 1, has a very weird kind of battle system. Once you kind of get over the hump of that, it is an incredibly smooth journey. 2 things to kind of like look forward to, I guess, is 1, each character plays differently. So that's kind of the fun of the game, seeing which character's playstyle you like to play with the most. I always had Melia as my front and center, and I always played as Melia. I always played as Shulk, and then once Melia came into my team, I just swapped everyone with her. But also, don't if the gameplay is annoying, because I know Xenoblade 1 gameplay is just a little annoying and clunky sometimes, especially for a Wii game. Don't be afraid to just put it on easy mode and just blaze through the story, because the story is amazing. And yeah, play however you want to play the game, but definitely play it at 4K 60 FPS on the Switch too.
100%. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
So, sorry. Funny story. We set them up. We set up memberships.
Yep.
But we never launched them.
Oh, okay.
So I just pushed launch now.
Okay.
So now they're
Oh,
available.
you got memberships. Look at that.
Yeah.
There you
Now
go.
they're available.
Now, technically, there's memberships.
Yeah.
I think we have the $1 one over there too,
We do.
which we do not have on my end because it didn't exist at the time, and YouTube won't let me go back and change it. So, is what it is. All right. So what happens when you're on the ground floor? Sometimes you get locked in. Ryan says, "Hey everyone, love the podcast and I watch every single episode. I would love to hear everyone's opinion on Spyro: A Realm Reborn. Are you guys fans?"
So I own the first 3 on PlayStation 1. I own the remastered. Haven't played it. It's in the backlog. So I haven't played these games since playing them on PlayStation 1. However, yeah, very excited. This should have been done a long time ago. And we know why it wasn't done. Roger, why wasn't it done?
Screw Xbox, bro.
Exactly.
I like that you knew right away what to say. Exactly.
Yeah.
But that's the honest truth of it. I mean, that's what it is. Unfortunately, that's literally what it is.
It is.
Yeah, it's painful. Listen, Spyro was actually my very first PS1 game. I got my PlayStation 1 with Spyro the Dragon. That being said, this new one really pisses me off. Really upsets me.
Why?
I'll tell you why. And it has nothing to do with Spyro or this game for that matter. It's the fact that we've gotten Spyro remakes, a reimagining, a new Spyro. We've gotten Crash remakes and a reimagining, a new Crash. We've gotten Bubsy remade. Who knows what's next for Bubsy? But you know what we haven't gotten? My favorite bear and bird, Banjo-Kazooie.
Oh,
What the
that's
hell,
true.
dude?
Yeah, I don't know what they're doing over
and,
there. with that.
And Roger.
I mean, I gave up hope is maybe why.
And Roger, why haven't we gotten Banjo-Kazooie?
Screw Xbox, bro. That's why.
Exactly.
They don't know what they're doing, bro. They're making 20 Gears of War games. I don't give a shit about Gears of War. Let Gears of War die. I don't care. Oh, look at me. Big burly. Oh, I'm a sweaty man cutting up aliens. Oh, look at me. Oh, don't look so strong. Die. 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 You know what we need instead? Banjo-Kazooie. That's what we need. We need Banjo 3. We need Go Hoop. Walking up the little farms, having a good time. We need to have a nice little circus level again. Bring back Witchy World. Bring back Mr. Patch. Ba-na-na-na-na-na. I don't need another Gears of War. I don't need another Halo game. I don't need another stupid horror game, shooter game, space shooter bullshit that looks like all of the other games that are out there right now. I don't care. You know what I want, Thunderstash? Give me Hot Wheels. You know what I want, Game Bird? Banjo. That's what I want. Screw Xbox, bro. You know what I played at Summer Game Fest, actually? Can I go off on a little bit of a rant, if I'm allowed?
Yeah.
All right. I already am, I guess. Here's what I did. I played at Summer Game Fest a game called Grounded 2. Have you guys played the other Grounded games?
Yes.
No.
I have. Yeah.
Did
I
you
played
enjoy
it at
them?
Summer Game Fest as well.
Did you like it?
I like the original, yeah. Why?
Thunderstash, you said you played it at Summer Game Fest?
Yeah, I did.
There's something seriously wrong with the second one?
I didn't know what the hell was going on in
I
that
didn't
demo.
like-
That was the worst demo I've ever played at any event ever. They didn't explain anything. I'm thrown into it. I'm like, what the? See, he knows. He knows what I'm saying.
Dude, yes.
They're like, yeah, you could just grab this staff and like get into it. I was
Did
like,
you-
oh, it's like
did you
Monster
give him
Hunter. They're like,
feedback?
yeah, it's like Monster Hunter. It's like 20 different systems. It's like Minecraft ADHD boys all day, every day on the back of a giant ant. You know what I want? Instead of Banjo game. Stop making Grounded, bro. Make a Banjo.
This is so
Yep,
true. I had an
Grounded.
appointment
What
with
kind
them,
of stupid nonsense is that?
and it
man?
went horribly.
No, it's horrible. Horrible.
It was my first appointment for Summer Game Fest. Like that's how I kicked it off. And Michaela was recording, and I was like turning around, looking at her. I can't tell you how many times I gave her a look like, what the fuck is
What
this?
am I doing here? What's going on?
Did you keep dying?
I died so much. Me and my entire group kept dying, and they weren't like bothering to explain anything. The Xbox staffers were all rude. They were just like, "Oh, it's fine. You could just you'll get it." I'm like, "Excuse me, I'm reporting on your game at Summer Game Fest, which a bunch of other games that are actually better than this dog shit. You should at least explain how your game works."
I know, and like all the footage is crap.
I'm crashing out.
I don't even want to show it. Man. It's horrible. It just shows you dying constantly.
It still was. And they were like, well, you could, and it was like 5 minutes into the demo that they, because you did the same thing with the Komodo dragon, right? Where you have to break the pipes and then the pipes like cool out the room. Yeah. So I'm in the middle of that demo. The 3 other people I'm playing with also never played Grounded before. I just, based on context clues, was like, we should break this pipe so then the room cools down. Guess what? The rest of my party wipes, which then means that I can't do anything. And you're in a demo environment for 30 minutes to play this game, and they're not bothering to explain to the other people that were at the demo how to play the game. So instead, I'm wandering around this Honey, I Shrunk the Kids looking thing going, okay, I guess I'm going to craft by beating up aphids. You know what I could have been doing instead? Collecting jiggies in Banjo 3, bro.
100%.
That's what I could have been doing instead.
But you know what they did, Roger? You know what they did? They made a physics-based cart game, and when it didn't do well, they said, I guess people just don't like Banjo-Kazooie anymore.
What are you doing? Also, that game was good. Nuts and Bolts has good things. People like Tears of the Kingdom. It's got aspects to Tears of the Kingdom, and there was Tears of the Kingdom before Tears of the Kingdom. Obviously, okay.
That is true.
That's actually, I'm baiting a little bit. Tears of the Kingdom's great. Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts is like, I got to quote myself. But Nuts and Bolts is fine. But what I'm saying is I'm crashing out over Grounded. I was crashing out at the event. And the thing that made it worse, Thunderstash, did you get a chance to do Day of the Devs?
So I had to like really push to get into a lot of the things that I got into, which Nate, I mean, you guys know how I am when I'm at events. Like I make that shit happen, but it was not easy. Did you get into it?
So Day of the Devs was in the main Playdays room where like if there was open availability, you could just go sit down and play for a little bit. That was like one of the few areas, and it was a lot of really cool indie games. So I went up early in the day. I was like, I wanted to have an appointment because I wanted to play Mr. Records, which was that cute little Rhythm Heaven game that was there. And I had a blast with it. Every single one of the little indie games I played, Shot One Fighters, Lazy River, like the new ukulele cart game, they were all super fun. And then you know what happened? I went, oh, I'm so sorry. I have to cut my appointment short. I can't check out the other games because I have this Xbox appointment. And then I went to go play Grounded. And I lost out on all these other good indie games that could have been awesome, and I would have had a way better time playing.
Yeah, no, dude, I totally hear you. Again, so at my appointment, the other 3 people didn't show up. So I'm playing with the people who are working the Grounded 2 event. You know, they're the devs, and I'm like continuously dying. We're on the same team. I'm literally dying like every 10 seconds. I'm overheating immediately. I don't have any fire around me. I'm literally I'm getting revived and then I'm dying. They're like, you got to use like health potions. I'm like, I don't have any health potions. They're like, yeah, just press this button. I'm like, I did. I don't have any. And they're like, oh, you don't? No. I don't fucking have any, dude. I know how to fucking play video games probably way better than you. So get the fuck out of here is what I'm thinking. Like in my head, you know what I mean?
This is a real interaction.
You're as mad about this as I am, because I really was genuinely
I swear
so
to God,
upset.
I was very annoyed. I'm like, this is not a good way to start this shit off.
It's not fun, man. Also, I saw a donation from somebody who said, Banjo-Kazooie sold 3.6 million. Gears of War sold 6 million. Nobody wants Banjo. Get over it. Nobody wants Banjo. You know what sold more than Banjo-Kazooie and Gears of War combined? Nintendo Switch Sports, buddy. All right? Like, if I can get a second Nintendo Switch Sports, I can get another Banjo game. Doesn't make any sense. All these people out here begging for their 1 million sales on their Xbox exclusive little franchise. But Banjo-Kazooie's sitting there with 3.5. That's all the more reason. Your
Yeah.
super chat is giving me all the more reason that they should have made Banjo games instead.
Now we see why Roger doesn't make it to the super chat portion of the show.
Bro, because I'm upset. It upsets me, bro.
Hey,
It upsets
so-
me. It upsets me so much.
I gotta
Yeah,
ask.
so
Then you know what
Ryan-
they do? They make 3 Hellblade games that sell like 1 million each. That's what they
Yeah.
do. And then you know what's happening now? They're shutting down the Hellblade studio. You know why?
Yep.
Why? Gamebird, why is that?
Because Xbox sucks, dude.
That's right, my friend, because Xbox sucks. Exactly. Thank you.
And so Ryan, I hope this answered your question.
Wait, let me add to this. I gotta add one thing. I really do. I swear this is relevant. Look, I was talking with Blake, who's probably in chat. Hey, we're talking about Xbox on DM. And I said, look, it's unfortunate. We're talking about what was it? South of Midnight. Getting closed. That
Oh, yeah.
dev. I said, it's
Yeah.
unfortunate. I enjoyed the game. I said, Microsoft is always closing dev studios. I said, imagine how successful Xbox could be if for all the studios that Microsoft bought, those studios could make the games that they're famous for. Imagine a world where they bought Rare in 2002. Microsoft commissioned Rare to develop a new Banjo, Conquer, Killer Instinct, Perfect Dark, and Battletoads, but for every console generation.
Been huge.
Not just a one-time thing, because that's what it was. He said, instead, we received one of each in the last 24 years, and both Nuts and Bolts and Conquer Live weren't real successors to the N64 games, and both came out during the 360 era, so it was ages ago.
But it was also the best chance they ever would have had because the 360 era was great.
It was the best one.
I
yeah.
even liked Xbox in the 360 era.
We all did.
Yeah.
But I say, if you look at every studio Microsoft owns now, and if those IPs actually got new entries and were only available on Xbox, everyone would own an Xbox.
Of course. Of course.
And I said, take Spyro, for example. People are super excited about it. The reason we didn't get a new one until now is because Microsoft owned Toys for Bob and assigned them to live service support for Call of Duty. I said, that's severe mismanagement. What the fuck are you doing? These people are smart. They're good at what they do. And you're making them do live service support?
It's
What
it's
the
like
f-
what
really?
it's like what Sony did for Blue Point. They put them on a
Yeah,
God
that
of
one-
War
that
live
one-
service when they should have put them on Bloodborne. Yeah, it's almost like they never listen
like-
to exactly what we want.
No,
or when
they never do. And I
Yeah.
ended it with this. Let me just say, as I said, Microsoft has all the money in the world
Yeah.
to purchase all the studios in the world, but it doesn't matter if you don't know how to manage them. Successful studios were purchased by Microsoft and then driven into the ground by mismanagement. There is no end to this story.
Here's what I don't understand.
I said this a year ago on the podcast too.
If you're not gonna use your IP, why not license it out to other companies? Like,
Yeah.
why not?
Yeah.
It's insane.
EA, NBA
absolutely
Jam.
insane. You don't want Rare. You want Rare to just be the Sea of Thieves teams for the next 20 years. License that shit out. There are studios that would love the opportunity to take a stab at an iconic franchise like Banjo-Kazooie, among other franchises that we've never seen, and teams that would be really good at it too. Primal.
So, well, I agree with a lot of this stuff in principle. I think in the modern day today, I think it's really hard for them to invest in these IPs because we know how out of hand all the budgets have gotten. And while it's not going to take, $300 million to make a new Banjo, look, Astrobot won Game of the Year and only sold 1.5 million. That's not going to be enough for them to want to make a Banjo. They're not okay with Nintendo like Kirby sales.
But we just got a Bubsy remake.
Yeah, but that wasn't Microsoft making that decision.
I know. That's the point. This goes with the Microsoft sucks.
Yeah. I mean, look, and going to do more of the smaller games. They did it with God of War, right? They had the side-scrolling God of War thing, but
I also love that throughout this whole conversation, we're all talking and Eric is just shrugging in the corner. It makes me laugh so hard. I love this. Just a shrug. No answer. No statement, just a shrug.
He's just the
Just
audience.
knowing.
He's the audience in video form.
You don't want to know what I'm thinking.
I really
No,
don't.
I do. I know what you're thinking, and I appreciate
What?
you for it. That's what I don't. You don't need to say it out loud. I could read your mind, and
Okay.
I appreciate it. That's all.
Fair enough.
All right. Well, Ryan, thank you so much for asking about Spyro. Sorry that it apparently triggered everyone. I'm excited for the game, and I'll leave it at that. Demonic Brawler. Just pre-ordered Star Fox. Can't wait to play the full game. It looks and plays so great. 100. I highly recommend that every Switch owner try the demo. Second that comes out in a week, guys.
Yeah. Also, wait, I'm seeing this in the comments. Someone said, you're a Nintendo-focused channel, but trashing Xbox and PlayStation. Why are you like this? No. I want to preface. I'm only trashing Xbox. I love my PlayStation.
Love my
Let's
PlayStation.
be real, though. My PlayStation's great, man. You know
Play
what
it all the
PlayStation
time.
has? Good exclusives. Good games. That's what I play. You know what PlayStation I can go on my PlayStation, play my 2XKO, do my little dailies, Honkai Star Rail, have a nice little pleasant experience, get my little trophies. I'm doing that on Xbox. I got to do achievements that I haven't touched since the 360 era. Trash. Get out of here. Trash. You're trash.
Roger,
Xbox.
that's because you're a man of class.
Thank you.
Someone gets it.
PlayStation's great, man. I love PlayStation.
Okay.
Astrobot's a little overrated, though. But that's
Joey
it.
Pitts for $2. Jesus. Balls. Guys, I'm the one that gets
I like
called.
when Roger stays late.
I'm the one that gets
This is what happens when you get me staying late. I get unhinged. That's how it happens. This is how it happens on Japan time. Two people get upset. They're like, oy.
Console Warrior. Roger's over here just checking every fucking box that people say for me that I don't do any of that shit.
Don't worry, you're gonna get the backlash on it. So.
I know.
No,
it's
you
gonna-
won't. No, you won't. Just
Oh,
direct
man,
them towards
you
me.
will.
No. Just direct them towards me. I can handle it. It's fine.
Yeah, it's okay.
They don't. They won't, Roger. They'll go after Prime. Trust me.
You will. It's funny.
Everyone,
I've said the most jacked up shit on this podcast, and everyone accuses Prime.
dude, it's crazy. Maybe even on the fucking clips channel, someone be like, dude, I didn't say it. Did you watch the clip?
No.
I love that I wasn't alone either. I love that I've never heard Thunderstash swear that much in my life. That was incredible. Like going off during that grounded demo. It was. I'm used to you like methodically walking through everything very calmly at this exact pace, and it's comforting. It's nice. So to see that side of you come out, where we trauma bonded over that dog shit ant game, it makes me very happy.
I would say this is how I am. This is how I am off camera.
I love it. I know. I love it.
All the time. Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna be like when we hung out at PAX West. Literally, if the camera wasn't rolling, this is what he is. When the camera's rolling, it's he's nice, professional, not gonna say anything inappropriate.
Nothing.
He gets on the podcast, he'll let the guard down a bit. He'll say a few things because it doesn't really hurt his channel anyway. And then you get in person and you're like, who the fuck is this guy?
That's funny.
Anyways, Joey Pitts, we need Diddy Kong in Mario Kart World now. Okay, that's a very popular request. Win Demand says, what happens to both games if GTA 6 ends up on Switch 2 as well? Then Nintendo just gets 2 wins.
They kind of win. I was gonna say, yeah.
That is the ideal scenario for Nintendo.
Yeah,
A lot of
100%.
Switch 2s.
They could pull a FF7 Revelation.
The cheapest device you can buy this holiday to play GTA 6 on. So
That's right. That still is amazing that Revelation's going to be on that, man. That's awesome.
It's a
And
big
Resident
Square
Evil
Enix
Veronica's
release.
going to be on it too, man. It's incredible.
Demonic Brawler says, I love the original Ocarina of Time, but it has flaws like how there isn't camera controls. Well, again, remember back then we only had one stick. So it's got to be. Remember the era that this came from? There really wasn't an option on Nintendo system at the time. Anyways, there isn't camera controls. Other serious issues just don't work in modern gaming. I, for one, wanted Resident Evil 2 remake treatment. We'll see. We got to see more of the game.
Yeah.
You know, we're waiting to see more. Demonic Brawler, can we get Pokemon Coliseum for NSO for July? Sure. Come on, Nintendo.
Is that
Pokemon
confirmed to
Coliseum
come
for
over,
July?
or is it just kind of rumored right now?
No.
Is it
They
part of, like,
confirmed
their-
Coliseum and
That was
Sunshine are
enough.
the two that we haven't gotten yet that are still
Okay,
confirmed.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh yeah, we haven't even gotten Sunshine yet. Oh.
Yeah. I mean, that could be a summer game. I could see that happening.
I mean, it should be a summer game.
Yeah. Or they might drop it in winter and be like, remember how fun summer was? Well, now you're playing GTA and Ocarina of Time, but maybe you want to play Mario Sunshine again?
After we resold it to you 2 different times.
That's right.
Karkun. I will
You know
watch
what I
some
did
of-
both times? I bought it. You know why? Because I'm an adult with money who doesn't spend his money mismanaging it. That's why. I said, oh, Mario 3D All-Stars, gimme.
I'll watch someone play GTA 6 online, but I want to relive the legend on Xmas Day with my kids this time.
Nice.
Yeah, that's the thing too, is I have kids now and they've never played Ocarina of Time.
See, that's
So,
awesome, man. That's the way
like,
to do it.
being able to introduce them to this amazing game at the same time that their father's jaw is dropping.
But do you understand, Prime, as a parent, the risk that comes with that? The
'Cause of
risk of one of your child's being like, this game fucking sucks. And how much that'll hurt you personally.
No, see, that happened. I look at the kid. He now sees the death glare and knows he's no longer mine. And I could just grab my Switch 2 and walk out the fucking room.
Damn.
Never sees you
He's
again.
no longer yours. That's crazy. I've abandoned my child.
No. If they don't like it, they don't like it. It is what it is. I really don't care.
I'm sure you can introduce them to a different Zelda game at that point.
They like Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, so
That's based. They're fine.
So it'll be fine. If they don't like it, they don't like it. It's whatever. And it could just be because it's realistic art style. Maybe they're not into that. Shit happens. All right, Joycey comes in saying, I really want Ocarina of Time to release on November 21st because it's exactly 28 years after the original. But that's a Saturday.
Yeah.
Hi, Nate.
I
Hey,
wanted
Joy.
that too. By the way, I looked at the calendar. I want it the same day as
All
well.
of fans care way more about the anniversaries than Nintendo actually does.
Yeah, I was just hoping it would land on a Thursday. And then, okay, well, might
It's gonna
come
be
out
fun.
that day. Yeah.
Tomorrow says, I'd buy now, pay later for more storage. Well, you can do that.
Yeah. Cloud
That's
storage.
Yeah, you can.
literally available right now. I'm not saying you should, but you can. DeMar Brawler. So it's the American dream to be in debt? Partially, yeah.
It's not the dream.
I mean,
I don't think people want to be.
Yeah, I don't even go to bed at night being like, God, I can't wait to go into more debt tomorrow.
No, it's not the dream, I don't think.
And what it is people either, well, for some people, they're just trying to survive. For other people, they're just trying to enjoy what they have with their life while they're here. And if it's not paid off before they die, they don't care because they're dead. And now it's someone else's problem.
Yeah.
I mean, and it's hard to like blame them for that. It's like, well, you do only live once. Like, fuck it. Like, shit shouldn't be this expensive to enjoy your life. You know, it is what it is. Tabby Cat says, looking forward to Fortune's Weave and Ocarina of Time, not GTA 6. There's an anti-GTA 6er in the crowd right there. She's probably thinking just like Rogers Base does about Xbox. Fuck GTA.
All aggressive.
Just he was so aggressive about it.
I'm picturing Tabby doing what you just did, like that aggressively.
Dude, I can't picture her getting that aggressive about anything, but it would be funny. Benata712 says, see, real trolls know how to super chat and keep their troll up. Isn't that right, expert hamster lover, Mr. P? God, fuck you, dude. God damn it.
You don't like Hamtaro?
Dude, I don't like hamsters, man.
Why?
They're annoying little shits.
That and
How are they? They keep them themselves. How are they?
And they're
annoying?
nocturnal, and so they keep you up all night. It's just
Keep you up,
Roger.
all night. If a hamster is keeping you up at night, you got bigger issues, buddy. A hamster?
Roger, this is the same guy who absolutely hates Gino from Super Mario RPG. It's one of his most hated video game characters of all time.
He wants
part
to
of me-
punch him in the
part of me
face.
somewhat
apparently.
understands that. I don't like it.
Wow.
I don't like it. I don't agree with it, but I can somewhat understand that because of the fandom obsession over Gino. It's like one of those things where the fandom is so bad that you're like, I don't like you, you know? It's like, I'm sure some of these anime that people are recommending me are great, but the fans are just so annoying.
After all the Geno hype, I was
before the
underwhelmed when
fandom.
I experienced Mario RPG, and I was like, that's
Yeah,
it.
it's like Mallow's better. He does more in that game. than
Mallow's
Geno
a cooler
does.
character, yeah.
Mallow's cool, man.
Hold up.
I think we need to tell the story from the beginning, right? Like, because Nate did feel this way when there was a fandom. He felt this.
he did it.
He felt this way right out of the gate when the game came
Yeah.
out.
He used to
And-
draw pictures of him killing Gino on his notebook in school.
Literally,
Okay,
Nate
now
said
that, like, you gotta take care of that. You gotta.
That's
go somewhere. You
hardcore.
gotta talk to somebody. That's hardcore, man.
That's like
Draw
the Nazi hate
Gino Gore on your
the
notebooks,
Flash
man.
games, bro.
To be fair, it was
Stop
it was Leonardo decapitating him, but
That's pretty wild, man.
Wait,
I like
Leonardo
at
the
least
Is that
he's
Nazi?
not
TMNT
a living thing.
Leonardo?
Man.
dude, I turned it into a whole story.
I was actually
didn't
the
just draw-
painter with the paintbrush.
No, I
decapitating him.
was good about making stories out of my illustrations in school. So there was a whole story about why Leonardo decapitated him. But the base of it is that I hate him. But I mean, that's not what the story says. He's working with Mr. Brain. It is what it is. All right.
Creating.
That's exactly what I was thinking. It almost sounds like you're saying Leonardo DiCaprio.
Oh my
Leonardo
gosh.
DiCaprio.
For
A
a
little bit
moment,
it did.
I don't see GTA 6 selling much more than 100 million. As if that's like, that's not a big deal. Just casually throw out, well, it won't sell much more than 100 million copies. Jesus Christ. No way in hell 200 million people bought GTA 5. How many people actually will buy GTA 6? A lot. It'll be the fastest selling video game of all time for sure. I don't think anyone doubts that. The 200 million, no. I mean, look, I've talked about it before about how like 45% of the audience or whatever, 45 million people ever bought it more than once. It's like, yeah, okay, so that's already like 100 million right there. And that was what people have buying 2 copies, so it was really only 50 million. So it's not hard to imagine that, yeah, maybe the real audience is more like 100 million than 200 million. That's not really hard to imagine. But also, GTA 6 is going to get ported over to PS6 and get extra sales there. Or get ported over to Xbox
I
Helix.
can totally see this outselling Grand Theft Auto 5.
It's going to be around for probably even longer than GTA 5 was.
Yep. Well, this will be the only GTA for the next 30 years.
Yeah, potentially.
Give or take a year.
Yeah, give or take a year. Potentially might be the last one of my life, man. Just saying.
Okay, don't say that. I mean, come on. We want you living a long
Well,
time.
you say 30 years, throw that out, but then just don't mention that I could be dead in 30 years, you know?
I hope not.
That's horrifying.
How old are you? Like 20?
What the fuck? Dude, you're about to become my best friend. Eric, get the fuck out. I wish. Holy shit.
I want to clarify. I don't actually think. Oh, look, listen to this. The door just opened. Obi agrees with me.
Yeah, he's about to clarify, and Obi interrupted that he doesn't actually think I'm that young.
He doesn't. He said you're super old, actually, is what he said. He said, look at that guy. He's not in.
Here. I'm not the oldest person here, so that's all I care about.
Yeah, it's me.
Really?
Yeah, the guy who looks younger than me.
41.
You look way young. Wait, what? You're wait.
Roger's like, oh.
I'm so confused. Wait, Stash is 41.
Yep.
How old are you, Prime?
Younger than Stash.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
No, you're not. You're not. I'm 36. There's no way. There's no way you're in between me and him. There's no way.
I am between you and him.
I don't know who's older, if you or me are older, Prime. I can't remember.
I don't even know how old you are. I've never even bothered to ask.
Oh.
I only know Stash because he mentioned that he's older than me.
Prime has got to be older than Gamebird.
I'm 38. I'm going to be 39 soon.
Wait, are you serious? Wait. You're 37, Prime? Are you serious?
No, I didn't even say anything.
No.
You looked at Eric with a knowing thing after I said, wait,
Prime's-
Gamer's 38 and Stash is 41.
I didn't know he was. I
And
didn't know
you
he was
said-
38, but I'm not surprised that he's 38.
So you're younger than 38. I don't believe this.
Prime's 39.
I'm 36. I'm 36.
Prime's turning 40 on his next birthday. He's 39.
Okay, you're 39. Okay.
I only know
can
that
see
because it's
that.
a big birthday.
Yeah, it's a big birthday. Okay.
So,
You are older than Game Bird.
but okay, by a year. That's
Yeah, but
it.
a year makes a big difference. Shofu's a year younger than me, but he don't look it.
You thought I was older than Stash, and he's 2 years older than me.
No.
No. That's a
What's
fact.
important to note here is we're all a bunch of unks. It doesn't matter. We're all old.
I will say to hint at what age I am 2 months older, around 2 months older than Ocarina of Time. To give you guys an idea.
Yeah, fuck off.
That's older than Ocarina of Time.
2 months older.
January
So
1999.
like 28, right?
September 1998, because it
Oh, there you
was
go.
November
Oh,
1998 when it
yes.
came out, I think.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, so
Hell
it's like
yeah, dude! September.
28, but he looks 19. It is what
Oh,
it is.
really?
Oh, I'd be
I joined the
carding your
27
ass.
No,
club
Eric
last
is
year.
19.
If
I
I
know
were at
that.
the movie theater,
I
I'd
know
be
that much.
carding
Eric's
your ass
19,
with
definitely.
the world let's go to rated R. So throwing that shit out there.
I don't get carded anymore. I'll say that. I will.
Nice.
Well, that's because they know you now.
Yeah,
Go
the
to a
same
new
person
area.
know me.
Watch what happens. I'm terrible at telling ages. Like literally, I worked at McDonald's and I'd be like, "Oh, we're at a lunch rush." I'm like, "Dude, that college chick, man. Like, dude, she's 14." I'm like, "Oh, how do you know she? Wait, how do you fucking know she's 14? Wait a second. What have you been doing, motherfucker?" No, seriously, I'm so bad at telling the age of people. It is so bad. It's terrible. I can be like, "Oh man, that person is clearly like 23." Find out they're like fucking 70. I'm like, "Oh, well."
70?
70. And then there'll be somebody
What does this 70-year-old look like?
like 92. Oh, I'm 55. I'm like, what the fuck?
55.
Sorry. I'm so fucking sorry. Dude, I'm so bad with it. So,
Oh my god.
yeah. Once they're past where they're very clearly obvious a little child, I fucking don't know anymore. I'm done. From the age of like 13 onwards, you could be any age. I can't tell. I'm terrible. All right, so Gears of War, Banjo Kazooie, Chainsaw. Reaper
Next game. I like it.
Reaper comes in with the Banjo Kazooie sale, saying 3.65 million. This is the one that was brought up earlier, the 6.5 million and the 6 million. Nobody wants Banjo. People still want Banjo. That doesn't mean people don't want Banjo. Just more people like Gears of War.
Yeah, people who are wrong.
Okay. Comments should be banned from being shared unless he's super chat. Crazy shit. Someday he'll realize that he's the reason I don't wear the salmon shirt more often. I'm a little creeped out by what he says about it. It is what it is. It stays in the back of the closet.
You like salmon?
The fish?
Yeah.
No, I don't like salmon. No.
Oh,
I love it.
I could tell.
I wish I like seafood. I really do. I hate seafood though.
All
I
seafood.
bet you'd look a little
Or like
younger if
most?
you hate salmon. It's good for you.
All seafood, unless it's seafood that doesn't taste like seafood, like cod, which doesn't taste like anything.
Sure.
Fair enough.
So basically,
Cod's
means I
actually
don't
pretty
like
good.
it.
I like cod. Yeah.
Yeah, cod's fine. It doesn't really have much of a flavor to it. And me, I'll just fucking dip it in butter and call it a day. Everything's good then.
It's fire. Agreed.
Anyways, I'm just salty because I'm never getting Beyond Good and Evil 2, but we will get 60 Assassin's Creeds. I feel your pain. Well, Assassin's Creed
Will
just
we?
sells a lot better than Beyond Good and Evil did.
Are we
but-
really going to get 60 more Assassin's Creed games?
Probably. I mean, look, Ubisoft won't exist for 60 more, but will the franchise still exist? Probably. The franchise will probably be around. Some indie studio will be churning out, Assassin's Creed 70 on mobile.
Did you guys hear Ubisoft was quoted on June 2nd saying that we are still working on Beyond Good and Evil 2. It's still alive, and we're working on it as we speak.
Yep.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember they never outright said they canceled. They canceled a whole bunch of other games and specifically said they're still continuing development on Beyond Good and
It's
Evil
kind
2.
of crazy, man.
Crazy.
Yeah, there was a developer talked to, I can't remember if it was Jason Schreier or someone else said something like, yeah, I know personally like people that are working on the game. Like it very much still exists. But then when they asked him, do you think it's ever coming out? He's like, well, it's a different
That's a different story. Yeah, right.
But the point is they're still throwing away money at it. The question is, at some point, are they ever going to fucking release the damn thing? You know, or
they'll announce it as the very first quintuple A game.
Oh,
there you go.
Yep.
They're working so hard they could add another
label it as the next quintuple or quad A game. I'll just instantly know it's going to suck ass then. Sorry, I know I should say that. Like, look, guys, Skull and Bones is not like the worst video game out there. But if that is an example of what quad A is, a game that has less content than Black Flag, that's your quad A? Okay.
Whoever's decision it was to make the messaging that this is the world's first quadruple A game, I hope still doesn't have a job, because that was the dumbest thing that you could do for a super high risk games of service game in a market that's like oversaturated, that had a budget that was way too high and had development hell.
Yeah, let's act like it's the biggest premium game of all time. Like, shut the fuck up, dude. You could do less of that game at launch than you could in the C aspects of Black Flag. That is a problem when your whole game is about being on the fucking ocean, being a pirate. All right. We did to our next one here. We're almost done, guys. We have Eric Terledo saying, LOL, Demon Time Roger. You should see him in One Piece debates. Dude, I've seen some of the streams.
I'm gonna check this out.
Also, Eric's my goat, dude. I love Eric. Shout out to Eric. Red Force Podcast, they're great. Shout out to those guys. But yeah, he's seen me go off, man.
Yeah, I've seen Roger go
off. No
one
can make me madder than One Piece fans, I'll tell you. Never.
Yeah, if you guys like the legendary stuff from Roger, dude, him going off on One Piece is pretty fucking.
And the thing is, I love it more than like One Piece is up there with Nintendo for me. It's like I love it so much. So when people, it's the same reason why like I go super hard on stupid Nintendo people. When Nintendo people are like, this was a bad direct because it didn't have Mario. I'm like, how about you change your diaper and you go play one of the 1,000 other Mario games that exist right now, you stupid slob. How about that? How about you go do that instead? How about I go play my Zelda and my Kingdom Hearts and all the other great games? Muramasa the Demon Blade?
Yeah.
Half of these little clowns over there with their dirty diapers don't even know what Muramasa the Demon Blade is. Get cultured, you swine.
I wish I
love it.
Dude, I
love when Roger spits facts on the podcast.
Dude, Muramasa is so goated. And people don't understand. And there's nothing in this direct. I wanted Mario Soccer too. Shut up, weenie.
Dude.
Dummy, stupid, idiot, moron.
Next time when I eventually reach out to Roger, probably over the weekend for our following 3 months of scheduling, whatever day he picks, remind me to that we should maybe select certain guests for when he's on, because I'm liking this and I feel like we could have some great fireworks.
Oh, interesting.
I feel like this could be a really, 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 really fun show. I mean, look, Roger's great to have on in general, but if we're gonna have Roger pop off, I feel like we got some.
You got an anti-JRPG pro Mario weenie that I could fight. I'm down to do it.
There's quite a few out there.
Quite a few of them, yes.
There's quite a few out there.
Mr. Hollywood will put him in his place.
I just want to put this out into the universe in case we ever do another episode like this, because we recently did an episode on this podcast that I think Roger would have been absolutely perfect for. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? We did a hot takes segment. And it got a bit heated. I ruffled some feathers for sure with a couple of my takes. But Roger, I feel like you'd be so fun to do in a hot takes episode. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I mean, my hot takes, I don't know if you guys would be, the show would be over if that was the case. If you had a hot takes episode, you have me on, I think your audience would say never have this guy on ever again. They're probably saying that today. They're probably in the comment section right now of the video saying never have him back ever. This is the worst.
I don't know about their channels. My channel, this is the shit they live for. They're like, dude, pay.
I guess that's true. They're used to you classlessly burping into the camera. That's true. I forgot about that.
Are you trying to say something about my fans here?
Sometimes
it's not about your fans. They enjoy watching you be a buffoon. It's just nothing against them.
My God.
Why are you looking like that? Eric's nodding. He knows. He's sitting right there. He's your best friend. He's in the room right there with you. He knows. He has to smell that nonsense when it comes out of your mouth when you go and you do your giant fake burps.
You're saying my audience.
Poor guy's got to smell it, man.
Content. What does that say about the audience?
The audience is fine. The audience is great. The audience is they're here to be entertained. We're giving them entertainment. Okay.
Here we go. I'm moving on.
One page at a time, baby.
Tabby, I don't know about anti-GTA. I like 5, but fuck Xbox. She can be that aggressive. Just wanted to know. It is. She's got it in her.
I like it.
All right. Jorge. Some complain that the Direct had too many ports announced and too little new first-party news, which isn't really that unusual. Do you think the Direct format needs to change? No.
I think it was fine the way it was. I think the only abnormalities of it were Rhythm Heaven started the Direct. I think Rhythm Heaven swapping places with Fire Emblem could have been something that they considered, but it wasn't a deal breaker. Also, I just hoped for more Duskbloods and OOT gameplay, which we got neither of. But otherwise, I think that was the perfect amount of third party shown with the pacing at which they were shown. I think the reveal of Kingdom Hearts 3 or Kingdom Hearts 4 was geniusly done. Like I don't remember who. Shout outs to Level Up Legacy. I don't know if you guys know Level Up Legacy. That's Retro Brandon, Slam Zany, and Avenger Mags. So they were saying that Kingdom Hearts revealed 1, 2, 3, everything's coming to Switch 2 and Switch 1 or whatever. And then there was like a black screen, and everyone's like, they kind of like settled in, and they're like, okay, Kingdom Hearts 4 has to be, whenever this blank screen goes into the next game, it has to be Kingdom Hearts 4, and it was. So I just think they paced their third parties very well, and they had some really massive bangers to show. And I don't know. I don't understand the upset of people saying a lot of older ports are coming to Switch 2 because, I mean, they're obviously not on Switch 1. Where else are they going to go? Like, do we just not get them on Switch 2? And if we don't get them on Switch 2, where are they going to be announced? It's literally a Nintendo Direct.
Yeah, I think the Direct had one weak moment that kind of messed up the pacing a little bit, and it was. And granted, I appreciate when Nintendo adding this quirky charm into it, but the thumb wrestling demonstration, and the only reason why I think this was a weak moment was because a Treehouse followed immediately after, and I think that's something that you could have done in a Treehouse, showing off the games, showing off the new thumb wrestling game. Other than that, I think it was a standout Direct, and no, I don't think they need to change.
But Bird, that would not have given us one of the greatest gifts ever.
That is true. That is a fair point.
True. I'm happy thumb wrestling existed.
We got the Koizumi gift.
I think I sent that to all of you that like Duskbloods is probably the only thing that I was like, oh, I wish we would have gotten a little more of this, because Ocarina, like, we know we're eventually going to get like a Zelda 40th Direct, and we're going to get something about that, and it's going to be a big push at the holidays. But Duskbloods is like a really big deal, and Nintendo obviously thinks it's a big enough deal when they had it for Switch 2, you know, during their opening presentation. And so the fact they're like,
I was expecting to see kind of a blowout of Duskbloods, because it's been more than a
when
year
they're like,
since
we're
announced.
doing a preview for it this summer, and then we just like didn't get anything. It's a little surprising to me.
Like, if they announced a network test, I was expecting some gameplay to go alongside it, but
it would have been nice if they announced a Duskbloods exclusive Direct that's going to take place before the playtest. You know what I mean?
Did they even say when the network test would be? They didn't give a date.
They said summer.
Yeah. I want to reiterate, though, the fact that Kingdom Hearts 4 was at the Direct, I don't think, like, the people who did not enjoy the Direct, I don't think they understand the impact of that. I don't think they understand how major of a deal that is. Kingdom Hearts 4 is I'm not a huge Kingdom Hearts fan, but a lot of my friends are. And within the Kingdom Hearts and Square Enix community, they have been starving, utterly starving. Like, it has been on the level of a Metroid Prime 4, starving for news. And, like, it was so bad that, I mean, I don't remember when it was. 2024 Summer Games Fest, Jeff Keighley had to, like, in a live stream, you had to be like, guys, like, I'm sorry, I have to like say Kingdom Hearts 4 is not going to be here. I'm sorry to like break your hearts. Square Enix fans imploded. They were like, we can't wait even longer. Next year, there was some like stuff happening with Square Enix and Kingdom Hearts, and people were like, we need to know what's going on. We need to know what's going on. And they still weren't ready to show anything, but they showed screenshots. Those, like, what, 4 screenshots blew up on the internet in that fandom because they were starving for that much. Like, the equivalent is that blue banner on the Retro Studios website for Metroid Prime 4.
Right,
and
right. Just
the fact that it wasn't at a Sony State of Play, Summer Games Fest, or Game Awards, nothing. It was at a Nintendo Direct. It was a massive deal. Massive deal. I don't think we've gotten a third-party reveal that big in a Nintendo Direct in a very long time.
I also think that there's a lot of people who undersell kind of like how historical that was for Kingdom Hearts of all things, right? Like, you also have to keep in mind, like, the team that works on Kingdom Hearts is very much the same team that works on Final Fantasy VII Revelation. Like, there's a lot of shared development between the two.
It's
and
the
so
Nomura Creative Unit 1. Yeah.
Right. And so I fully assumed we would not see that game again until after Revelation had released. So the fact that we got both games during Summer Game Fest is unheard of. And both are coming to Switch too. It's crazy. Yeah. We're in the best of times.
Yeah. Square Enix is getting a lot of W's. All they need is to confirm that Final Fantasy IX Remake still exists. It's coming to Switch 2, and it's faithful and good, and they don't screw it up. Please. I
think it'll be good. What are your assumptions for what the worlds are going to be in Kingdom Hearts 4?
Like I said, I'm not like a huge Kingdom Hearts fan, but I do want to see how they tackle Star Wars and Marvel. Like, everyone's like, Star Wars is a sure shot, like, confirmation, probably, because they saw like Star Wars ATSTs and stuff, right?
Yeah, they showed Endor in like the very first little glimpse of the game.
Yeah, but I want to see Marvel. I want to see Sora team up with the Avengers and wear like an Iron Man suit or like a Captain America suit or something like that. Because, or like, I don't know what his Keyblade would turn into. It could be like Thor's hammer or something. They really need to do Avengers. I think that would be incredible if they do that.
My request, as someone I've only ever played the first Kingdom Hearts, it's a series that I need to revisit because I think it would be right up my alley. But if I could request a universe for Kingdom Hearts 4, if anyone from Square is listening, if you haven't started building this world into the game already, the Alien universe.
Is that Disney?
Oh, they do own it now.
They own it. They own it now.
You could do a xenomorph as a summon. That would be crazy.
I want a xenomorph in Kingdom. Cool. How crazy would that be? A xenomorph reveal. Insane.
Pretty awesome.
Sigourney Weaver's in it. She's one of the characters.
Jeez, that would be sick. Okay, well, with that, I guess that's it. Yeah. I mean, I guess I can give my 2 cents on that last super chat for about the direct stuff. I don't think anything needs to change. Look, the same reactions happen after every direct, and that is negativity all over the internet. Why? Because look, everyone just wants to see what they want to see, and a direct cannot literally satisfy everyone. None of these showcases can. And if you're only looking at under the lens of I only care about what I care about, then yeah, you're going to find a lot of the showcases suck if they don't have the 3 or 4
Everything
games.
is going to be disappointing to you.
Yeah. You're looking for like very, very, very specific things. And I like, oh, Nintendo had barely any announcements. I'm like, dude, what the fuck are you talking about? We had Genesis announced. Okay. Brand new game, by the way. Not a spinoff. That's coming next year. Right? Ocarina of Time, fine. You want to chuck it off as a remake? Yeah, but this is an ambitious from the ground up one. They don't do this. Nintendo don't make games like that. But okay, fine. You want to dismiss that? Oh, by the way, Switch Sports Resort, that's a new game. So that's 3 new games they announced, in addition to advertising all the ones already announced. That's actually pretty much what they do in every direct.
And the third-party showing in this one is better than they've done in like almost any.
Yeah, the third-party games were incredible. Like,
third-party was insane. From Lies of P to Kingdom Hearts. I mean, it was insane. Yeah.
Like, a bunch of ports. Like, well, yeah, because Switch 2 is capable to get a bunch of ports. So we're gonna
right.
You should want all the best games that already exist out there to come over.
Yeah, and they obviously couldn't come to Switch 1, so where else are they gonna go? And I'll make a comparison. I remember June 2024 was when Metroid Prime 4 was revealed. And I remember that was universally loved by many people. Even like RPG fans were like all over it. But me as an RPG fan, I was kind of like iffy on it. I was like, oh, whatever. And then I saw the final reveal and it was Metroid Prime 4 and I was going crazy. But then I look back at it, I was like, that was probably the only announcement that got me like super excited. But I didn't like hate the direct. And I didn't like go online. I was like, oh, this direct sucked except for Metroid Prime 4. I'm like, some directs are going to be for some people, some directs aren't. That is literally normal. That is how it was for majority of the Switch 1 era. And people are acting like Nintendo is suddenly doomed in the Switch 2 era when consecutive directs don't have a 3D Mario, and that is disappointing them. So I don't know.
Yeah, it's all weird to me, man. I don't really understand it most of the time. The directs are marketing events. You're basically bitching that you didn't see trailers that you wanted to see of games that you don't even know if they exist. Like,
I gave the direct a 10 on the podcast, a 10 out of 10. And I went through the list of games. I'm literally, you guys can hold me to it. There was 49 games. I plan on reviewing 41 of them. So if you don't think this was a 10 for me, I mean,
right.
I don't know what the hell else would be. This was an amazing direct.
Yeah,
Again, that third-party support was insane.
48. Only way it can be a 10 stash. 48 for 48.
Yeah, right. In a perfect world. But yeah, it's like it was an amazing direct. I think if people didn't like it, yeah, I think they don't like video games. They like games. They like a game.
Yeah, I was gonna say they like a series.
They like a game.
They like a series, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, they like
Mario
they like a
games.
game a lot. They like Call of Duty a lot, or
Yeah, nothing wrong with that.
That's fine. But yeah. But a gamer, they play all the games.
Yeah, I think it to me it's like when people and I'll just throw this out there. It's just something I've noticed over the years, like people that call themselves Nintendo fans, but then they really only like 3 IPs. And it's like, yeah, those are really awesome IPs. I love them. But like you're just a fan of those IPs. Being a Nintendo fan would mean like you actually enjoy a majority of the breadth of what they produce. And if you enjoy less than that, then you're not a Nintendo fan. You're just a fan of specific IPs. Nothing wrong with that at all.
No.
Literally nothing wrong. I'm not trying to say, oh, I'm better than you. Like, no, I'm just noting that like if I didn't enjoy a wide breadth of Nintendo games, I wouldn't call myself a Nintendo fan.
I agree.
I will say there's a lot of very general and more casual Nintendo fans who have recently been delving into RPGs because Fortune's Weave is coming out. They're playing Three Houses. They're playing Xenoblade 1, 2, 3 because of the upgrades and all that. So that's good. I want to see more of that kind of energy. I mean, of course, I'm biased. I'm an RPG fan, but I also dabble into other Nintendo games and things like that. But funneling yourself into certain franchises and fan bases and not seeing what else there is not good.
You're missing out on a lot of greatness. It would be like if you say you love movies, but you only watch the Fast and the Furious series.
Right, exactly.
And when they announce new films, when it's not Fast and Furious, you're like, well, there's no good movies coming out.
Yep.
You know, it's funny.
Or the
I forgot what it
Furious.
was. My friend was
Basically
jokingly,
the same thing.
My friend was jokingly trying to make a equivalent of Gumball gamers in the Nintendo fan base. He called them I don't know. It was like plumber or something gamers, just jokingly.
Plumber smashers. That's what they
Plumber
are.
smasher gamers. Yeah.
They're plumber smashers. And I am. People know this, right? Like the thing I love more than any other Nintendo franchise ever is Smash Brothers. That is my number one most beloved thing. But I'm not the reason I like Smash Brothers is because I like multiple Nintendo franchises. That's the beauty of Smash. I don't understand people who are like hardcore Smash fans who don't like Nintendo, like generally don't like, and there's a lot of them. There's like a scary amount of people who are Smash fans who don't like Nintendo. And I'm
They
like,
will cry whenever
what are you
a Fire Emblem fan is announced or a Fire Emblem character
it's
is
like,
announced.
what? Oh, I just, it doesn't connect with me. Because the thing that makes Smash so great is that it's a celebration of all things Nintendo.
Yep.
So if you only care about Mario characters, and then you're like playing Smash Brothers, and you get upset when they have all this other stuff that isn't Mario in it, I'm like, what do you want? Like, we're eventually also like, it's Mario and Smash Brothers. You know what I mean? Like, it's not, we're eventually going to get more of both of those. You're going to have another Kirby game. This isn't a situation where it's like, oh, like say, for example, Nate the Hate rumored that, a new Kid Icarus was coming. Brand new. Kid Icarus Uprising 2 was coming, right? And everybody was expecting it. And then the direct happened and there was no Kid Icarus Uprising 2. But all of his other predictions were right. And people were furious. I would have understood that, right? Because like Kid Icarus fans don't have a lot, right? They got to hold on to what they hold on to. But like he, in his same prediction about Ocarina, was like, oh yeah, we're getting a 3D Mario next year. And people don't think that like we're going to probably see that in September or January. It's like there's all these other games that are going to come out at some point before that. Just like relax. It's going to be okay. You already had a Mario. You already had multiple Mario games this year. We already had the Mario Wonder Switch 2 edition and Mario Tennis. And we're halfway through the year. There's probably going to be 2 more. Relax. Mario. And we got a movie. We got a movie this year, people. Hollywood movie. Big Hollywood movie. With Rosalina confirmed to be Peach's sister. Like, are you kidding? Star Fox was in the movie. The Hollywood movie that made $1 billion. Oh, we don't get anything Mario. $1 billion, bro. 1 billion. Insane.
We got to get Roger lasting to the end more often. All right, guys. That's going to do it for this week's episode of the NintenByte Podcast. Can't think of a better way to end it. Let's go around the room, let people know what we got going on, where they can find us. Big shout out to our guest who is no longer here, Super Metal Dave 64. Go check him out. He's got some content streams planning up, including Star Fox coming up. So sure to go watch that. Let's go over to our guest, Nishquick Pops. What do you got going on? Where can they find you?
Hey guys, thank you so much for having me on. It was so great chatting with Dave and Roger, whose channels I've been watching for like almost like 5 years now. It was incredible chatting with you guys. I'm over at Nishquick Pops over on most social media, YouTube and X. You can find me over at Nishquick Pops. I just wanted to say I have a goal where I'm trying to hit 5K subscribers. That's a very like huge kind of tall goal. I have to like it's probably more than 1,500 subs I have to get to the end of this year. I mean, that's just my goal, but if you enjoy anything Nintendo RPG, Fire Emblem, Zelda, Xenoblade especially, I have an awesome video coming about the Switch 2 editions and how like people who haven't gone into the Xenoblade series should definitely do that with the Switch 2 editions. If you're excited for any and all of that, Nishquick Pops is the place for you to be. And I'll be streaming my replays of Xenoblade 1, 2, and 3 on the channel as well. So if you're excited to see me replay those masterpieces, I'll be doing it on the channel. Thank you so much for having me, guys. It's always fun to chat with you guys.
Hell yeah, dude. Let's get this man to his goal.
Heck yeah, man.
It's good.
5K and beyond. That's what we got to get you to. Beyond.
Right.
Plus
Beyond.
Ultra.
Thank you. Thank you.
Roger.
Yeah, you can find me at Nintendo Prime. You can direct all of the hate towards anything that I said at Nintendo Prime. I believe it's at Ninty Prime on Twitter. I refuse to call it X. I'm going to dead name it Twitter for the rest of my life. It's Twitter. I believe it's Ninty Prime. Is that where people can find me, Nintendo Prime? Is that correct? Is that the correct handle?
It's correct.
That is correct.
That is correct. Fantastic. Yeah.
He's
No,
refusing
in all
to answer, but we
seriousness,
got it.
definitely tune in. We have a great Sonic the Hedgehog charity stream happening at Sega next Tuesday. It's going to be great. I'm going to be hosting that with Jackie Jing and with Games Cage. We have a lot of special guests. We're raising money for St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital. Great cause. We're starting, I believe, at 9:30 in the morning on June 23rd. On Tuesday, we're going to be going for a long time. We got lots of fun activities planned. It's going to be a good stream. If you like Sonic, which you probably do, it's a Nintendo podcast. Sonic is a friend of the show, right? We love Sonic. In fact, I like Sonic 2D games more than 2D Mario games, but that's a different discussion. We'll talk about that on a future podcast as well, potentially, if I'm invited back. But no, regardless, definitely check out that stream. Again, it's going to be for a great cause. Thank you, as always, for having me. This is a blast. And I don't normally stick around for the Super Chat segment. I'm usually gone. So the timing just kind of worked out perfectly during that overlap. I was kind of quiet during the middle there, so I was able to get everything in order and ready to go for the end of the show. So again, always a pleasure, you guys. It's always a lot of fun.
Hell yeah.
Thanks, Roger.
Gamebird.
Yes, guys, like I said at the start of the show, I dropped a video today on my YouTube channel. It's a review. It's a little bit late. I believe the game originally came out about a year and a half ago. It's a wonderful game called Neva from the same creators of the game Grease. And it is, without spoiling my thoughts on it, it's one of the most beautiful games that I've played in years. So please go to my YouTube channel, Gamebird Classic. Check out my review. I have another review dropping soon for what's so far turned out to be an incredible point-and-click adventure that's really surprised me. Stay tuned for that, as well as Gamebird Live next week. And you guys can also find me at Gamebird, or not at Gamebird Classic, sorry, at @the_Birdmaster on Twitter.
All right. Stash.
Okay, so guys, a lot of Summer Game Fest content. Please go check it out. Every day, essentially every day, I'm going to be posting a video. We captured tons of footage, tons of gameplay from Summer Game Fest. So lots of game previews coming up for games that aren't going to be out for a while, which is why I'm able to kind of spread these out, because the release date's not anywhere close. And then also we'll have reviews coming out. I posted a review today for a game called Death by Scrolling. And it's by Ron Gilbert, the creator of Maniac Mansion, which is why I was so interested in checking this game out. And the coolest part, it's only $8, $7.99. And like, for real, I was really looking forward to this game, and it just had its console launch. So check that out. You might be interested in it. And of course, I'm working on Adventures of Elliot for Switch 2 for review. The game that Gamebird just talked about, I'm not going to say its name because I love the mystery, and I'm glad you didn't either. Also working on that for review. Look forward to that Devil May Cry 5, Devil Hunter Edition for Switch 2. And Star Fox, of course, that'll be out. And there's a couple other ones I won't mention because I want to surprise and delay when those reviews drop, because they're games you probably don't know about. Make it more fun. So yeah, lots of stuff coming. I'm chained to the desk for probably the next 60 days. For real.
All right. Well, I'm Nintendo Prime. We had one other super chat here from Venata saying, yeah, folks, be more like Mr. P, who only plays Nintendo games with rodents in them, preferably hamsters.
I heard that.
I like to speak blasphemy on my name. Is what it is. All right, guys. You can check out my channel. I post Nintendo news every day for the most part. Some days the news is a little light, so nothing happens. Like today, it wasn't really feeling right today. I'm sure it'll feel right tomorrow, but I do have some news gathered up already. And look, expect me to talk a lot about Ocarina of Time remake the rest of the year. It's going to be the subject of a lot of videos. Don't be surprised if at one point it's like 20 videos in a row. It happens. I love Zelda that much. It's something I do for Zelda, and usually Zelda alone. Sometimes I go a little nuts for some other ones, especially if the audience is showing a lot of interest, because I want to deliver content you guys want to see too. So like if you guys are going nuts over Splatoon Raiders, then yeah, I want to give you all the Splatoon Raiders content I can. But again, the audience kind of determines that. My audience always seems to love Zelda as much as I do. So it kind of works out that way. But yeah, expect to see a lot of Zelda content and a lot of obviously just covering the news. And obviously this podcast every single week. I will actually tell you guys who our guests are for next week here. After a reminder, you can catch our podcast everywhere podcasts are heard. All your favorite audio places, such as Apple Podcasts or Spotify. Just to give you an example, you can also check out at the podcast Clips channel, which is where Eric manages all of that stuff over there and does a great job of that. He also gets the audio version up. And then I can tell you for next week, our guests at the moment are Sky Sword Alyssa and Deacon Sandstorm. So that rounds out. We have no other guests scheduled after that, but that's because I haven't sent out the invites yet. That's this weekend they go out for our next round that begins in July. So that should be fun. Setting all that aside, you guys can, I don't know, subscribe. I'd like to see the Clips channel and the Gamebird channel also get to 5,000 this year.
That would be a blessing. I will say that'd be absolutely rad. Nish, I'm right there with you, brother.
Yeah, we're on the road to 5K.
Let's do it, man.
Yeah.
You and me. We're gonna hit 5K.
Yeah, we got this.
I want Stash.
We have a lot of time till the end of 2026.
I believe in you.
Want Stash at 500,000 over there? Be nice. And Roger, you somehow pull off a mill this year. I don't even. He's not.
He's
even,
what?
He's gonna be too big time to ever talk to us again. That's what.
No. Relax.
He's gonna write us off, Mr. Big Shot, Mr. Hollywood.
No, I don't think a mill is a ways away.
Stash won't.
I've
got Stash already gave me a spare key to his home, so I'm welcome anytime.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, you have access to the collection.
See, I got access to the shit, so I see how the feelings on this show really work. I'm fucked. All right. See you guys for tuning in. This is the NintenByte Podcast. We'll catch you next week. Bye, everyone.
Later.
See you later.